like a dream, an old reflection, a window straight to heaven now. If we had more time, would we make it count? Like a dream, my dear brother, half the world away from each other now. If you could be here, would you hear me out? Home videos are running through my head. I'd watch the world go by. I never worried a day in my life. To be here and now.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, code breakers around the world, forensic decoders, chronologists, historians, theologians, mathematicians, esoteric lovers, tarot card readers, astrologers, welcome out. This is What's Your Question? My name is Logan. I'm going to be your tour guide. We're going to go on a lot of tours tonight. I'm going to try to entertain as many questions as I can. This is What's Your Question? If you're new here, thank you so very much for checking this out. We're going to go for several hours. My normal is about 4. Goes by really quick. Those of you that are returning, thank you so very much for your support. You know how this goes. I think my record is 6 hours and 16 minutes, which is kind of interesting. I think that's what it is. And those numbers are the 116. Let me just turn this down a little bit. There we go. So what's special about this this image right here? Well, it's the golden ratio, the spiral. This is an actual staircase in Switzerland. This is the 116. This is why you have, in theology, you have Matthew chapter 1, verses 16, the very first time Jesus comes on the scene officially. And it's because it's tied to the golden ratio. What you're looking at right here, this is time. This is the spiral of time. We're time travelers. If you ever walk down a staircase like this, you're kind of subordinately moving through time. You're already doing it. We're on this wave, right? It's really, really fascinating. And that's the corkscrew in what makes up the vesica piscis. I have some amazing material coming out on that specifically, and I found a new way to observe the vesica piscis. Some of you call it the vesica piscis. Well, for me, it's pronounced vesica piscis. And the normal mathematical equation for the vesica piscis is 153 by 265. If you divide those two numbers into one another, you're going to get 1.73, which is the square root of 3. And the 173 is a number permutation of the 137, which is the fine structure constant, which is tied to light, playing out the game of life, lights, camera, action. It's really, really, really amazing. That's barium on the periodic table, element 56. There's a reason why on a soccer ball, the most popular sport in the world today, there's a reason why there's 20 and 12. 20 and 12 meaning there's 20 white hexagons and 12 pentagons or pentagrams. 5-sided and 6-sided. Maybe you'll never look at soccer the way ever again because, again, it's 56. The design of the most popular sport in the world has the 5-sided polygonal and the 6-sided polygonal. And it's black and white, the soccer ball. It's not red and yellow. Officially, it's black and white. 56, lights, camera, action. Tied to the fine structure constant, the 137. Tied to barium on the periodic table. The barium, if you look at barium, what's fascinating about barium is when you go and look at it, on the periodic table, look at the image they have for it. Kind of like that staircase. Because this barium they give you, if you're going to have what's called the barium meal, to look inside your stomach, going down into the belly of the beast. That's what all this stuff means. 56, there's the fine structure constant, and that's the square root of 3. And it's tied to a soccer ball, the most popular sport in the world. All done on purpose, of course. It's all done part of the construct. All right, let's pop out this chat and let's get to some of your questions here. Let's see what we got. Thanks everybody for joining in. Today's card right now, March 15th, on the Gregorian calendar, 8 of diamonds. Card number 34 in the French Gregorian system, card number 47 in the True Nature, and then we have it tied to the 72nd card in the tarot, which is the card working, hard at work. If you could play Santa here. We did our Christmas Decoded on the Patreon, released it during Christmas. It was an amazing decode. This is Santa Claus right here, Santa's workshop. Why? Because this is the 72nd card. And there are 72 angels and demons in the Shem. And the word Satan in Hebrew is 359, which is the 72nd prime number. 359 is very fascinating how it's tied to Satan because December 25th is the 359th day of the year. I wonder why that was chosen for the birthday of Jesus. I wonder if it has anything to do with Satan. I wonder. Anyway, we're going to go into March 16th. And that's going to turn into the 7 of diamonds, card number 33, or card number 46, and it's going to be card number 71. So Monday, really, the day for everybody is observing your reality to figure out what you want to take with you and what you want to leave behind. That's Monday's energy. Today is like hard at work, even though it's Sunday. Right? Maybe some of you are working on a project already. And then I do want to give a very big brotherly love shout out to the great Jordan over at Waters Above, because in a few hours, and I don't know what time he was born off the top of my head. I have his birth chart, which, I've studied quite a bit, but his birthday's on the 16th. Maybe he'll show up here. We'll see. We'll have to see. And I also want to say, before I start in here, I want to put this out, because it's amazing how many knuckleheads, and that's all I could say, how many haters, knuckleheads came out to post what they didn't like about me or Jordan on our last podcast. It's amazing. They just got to tell you. So anyway, I want to put this out because, see, if this channel rubs you the wrong way, let me read this. It says, truth is only agreed upon and factual amongst believers. Truth is only agreed upon and factual amongst believers. So I'm putting this there because I want to let you know that this channel is our truth, mine and whatever's downloading into my mind. So when I say something, it's through the lens of how I see this reality. And it pisses some people off, it rubs them the wrong way. That's fine. I'm not here for you to like me. I'm not for everybody. I'm not cookie cutter, and I've stated this so many times over the years, putting out these disclaimers, telling you these are my opinions and truths. If you don't like them, cool. Then don't come here. You don't have to be here. Go ahead and give this video a thumbs down. It's total, I don't care. Your energy is just going to feed me anyway. So please leave your comments. And I have my comments on, they're scanned because there are some nasty people out there. They want the world to change, but they're just nasty people. It just blows me away. Okay. Anyway, I just wanted to get that out of the way. Because it was amazing, the persecution. Just because of what I stated during the podcast with Jordan. Okay. So let's get into some of these questions. Thanks for Pamela Swan, number 5, for showing up. Give her some love. We got Dr. Danny in the house. I wish we could really, really get a whole bunch of tropical astrologers. I wish I could. I am, honestly, ladies and gentlemen, I'm like a pressure cooker. These people coming out and you try to have a discussion about what the sky really looks like, and they dance around and they avoid the domination of what the accuracy is of true sidereal. They want to try to tell you that tropical is accurate with the night sky, and it's not. And that is not my opinion. I don't care where you live in this world. I don't care if you live in Norway or Cape Town, South Africa, or Europe or the Americas or Australia. Okay? It doesn't matter, because the moon is going to be in one sign and one sign only. Despite what your little two-dimensional graphical astrology chart tells you. And I also want to deviate away from that, and I have an idea that I want to share with this community. And maybe you're going to be the person to take this idea, and I think this is a $1 million earnings idea. I have so many ideas. I have this idea of building something called the Idea Room, and just bringing people in. And I may do one of those, and you come in, and I know a lot of you are afraid to share your ideas because somebody might steal it, but we have to, like, how about just joining in an idea room, a think tank, and then sharing your idea, and somebody may see it. So may want to join. So anyway, I have this amazing idea. I shared it with a few people that you know. They weren't interested. And I don't have the passion to pursue this idea, but I know, I can see it, how it can earn somebody a shit ton of money. I'm talking over $1 million. I already know that this is $1 million idea. And I know, everybody's got million. When I tell you what this is, you may be that person that can take this idea. I'm not going to go do it, so I'm going to give it away. I don't care. I got tons of ideas. I don't care. So I'm going to share that with you. I'm all about giving, man. I'm really, a big part of me is just give it away, give it away, give it away, give it away, give it away. That's fine. That's how I roll. That's my truth, right? So welcome out, Dr. Danny. I got something I'll show you. If you want the goods on the updated human design on top of that, because the human design systems out there, the computer generated ones are off. The original human design, tropical based, it's off. And then those of you that are using the sidereal, that one is off as well. You got to do it by hand for now. I'm going to verify. I'm going to show you that tonight with Keanu Charles Reeves. I'm going to show you one slide, and it'll blow your mind. On him being the savior in the Matrix movie, in Matrix Revolutions. I'm going to show you how his astrology chart, using true sidereal, meshed up with the astro-alchemical cosmic code, the true sidereal human design system, how those mesh up and how it shows exactly why he was chosen. And they didn't even choose him based on this, because this system was created last year, and 2003 was the year Matrix Revolutions came out, 22 years ago. So no, they didn't have access to this system that was created. That's how I know our lives are scripted. Okay. Let's start with Tammy. Tammy says, can you help me decode the underlying pattern in my May power surge data? Well, Tammy, that's probably a lot of information to go over. Can you give me a specific one basic thing? And then I'll try to help you out with that. It's very, I know you're trying to do your best here with giving me something to go off of, but I don't know what that means. So I'd be more than happy to take a look at it. I can't promise anything. So, okay, so you guys are liking this idea room. I was going to include it tonight. I may start doing what's your questions, and they're a little more, there's more to them. So maybe like the first hour we do what's your question, second hour we do the think tank, the idea room, third hour. I want to get some more health and wellness as well. So maybe the third hour would be health and wellness. I don't know. These are ideas that I'm perhaps going to move into to reformat what's your questions. I mean, we've been doing 116 now, right? So I'm feeling like there's a change coming. Mr. Man, mastering the zodiac chart. Yeah, that's mastering the zodiac with Stellarium. Sometimes Stellarium will give you a little bit of a different view as mastering the zodiac. But I like using the Stellarium because that's astronomy. What's the idea? You guys got to hang on. I'm gonna give you the idea. Hang on. Give it away now. Yeah, Red Hot Chili Peppers. Mr. Man's asking, have I ever been gang stalked? I have not. Laura is asking about the true nature system. Yeah, so on around March 19th, we're about 4 days away from the official 2026 New Year. Maybe that's something that you've never heard, but why? Well, because that's the spring equinox, the official spring equinox for the Tropic of Cancer. But if you live in Australia, it's your fall time. Different. Your springtime is in September. So could you say that your New Year starts in September? I would think so if you live in Australia or New Zealand. I don't know why people that live in the Tropic of Capricorn follow a system built in the Tropic of Cancer. I just find that kind of interesting. Divine asked, what do you think about the time between sidereal and tropical? I'm not sure what you mean. You mean the space in between, the 23 degrees? I don't know what you mean by the time. John M1111 asks, I would like to know if you believe in God Almighty. Well, which one are you talking about specifically? So you're asking me a question, so I would have to go back to you and say, what God you talking about? Because there are a ton of them. And why would you choose God Almighty? God Almighty. What are you referencing? If you were born over in Greece, right? Maybe you believe in Zeus, who would be God Almighty. Or if you were born over in the Middle East, maybe it's Ahura Mazda. Or if you're born in India, maybe it's, maybe you follow Shiva or Brahma or Vishnu. So it really depends on what location of the world you're talking about and what your definition of God is. Because for me, God is a Ponzi scheme, so it's all of that. Someone's asking, Talus Hoden, I can't pronounce your avatar, I apologize. I'm a Leo ascendant in true sidereal. Here's the thing, let's just scrape away the astrology part. Scrape it away. The question you have is, I'm going to go get dental work out of the country. Scrape away the astrology. What made you come up with that idea? Maybe cost effectiveness would be the first answer. I don't know. Maybe there's a really good dentist out of the country. I don't know. See, for me, this is how I would answer that. I just go do it. Then you know what? When I reverse engineer it, there's the script. I don't need to wait for a planet to go to retrograde, or I don't do any of that. That's for me though. I don't do any of that. I just go do it. Because as a numerologist, all numbers are important. To me, there's no master numbers. They're all master numbers. All the numbers are special and important when you're a fan of numerology. All the languages are even. All the planets, like when people say this, it's exalted here and exalted that, that's totally fine. I'm not going to break you from your truth. But every planet can be exalted in any sign. I can show you countless charts of where somebody says, well, that's debilitated there, but this person's living the high life. So what do you mean debilitated? You would think that these planets have gone around and around that ecliptic a zillion times. You would think it knows what it's going to do, how it's going to react, how it's going to behave. And for me, as an astrologer, I look at celestial activity as a yin-yang principle, as a liability and asset. There is a asset for every single rising sign. And on the contrary, there is a liability to it. You don't have to have debilitation and exaltation in these signs. Both at the same time, they're going to, like people say, oh, the moon is exalted in Taurus. Okay. But I can show you somebody who has a moon in Sagittarius that lives out the high life. So there's liabilities and assets on all the celestial placements. I'm not a fan of that. Like, again, I'm not a fan of like I'm a master number 33 or, no, every number is a master number. Every number can be a master number. I think everything's even. But again, you don't have to agree with me on that. But that was my long tangent. If you are asking a question about whether or not you should go to this dentist, you're inquiring because your higher, your mind that's being fed is inquiring. It's trying to tell you, hey, let's go here. And see, the thing is, I look for roadblocks. I look for like, if there's any pushback or resistance, for me, I look at it as that's not the right way. Right? It's not the right way. So when somebody says, should I move? Yeah, where do you want to go? Think about where do you want to go? Of course you should move because you're asking. So the question is yes, but the question is now, where do you want to go? So for the dentist, I promise you, the day that gets selected for you, you'll reverse engineer it. And if it was what you would call a bad experience, what did that teach you? Because there's no guarantee that you're going to go get this dental work and it's going to be successful, despite what's going on in the canopy. Right? It can go either way. Tammy, you're asking about decoding your chart. I mean, that'd be a lot to go look at that. August 10th. And then go and look at the transits. '16, you gotta, I mean, look, ladies and gentlemen, let me simplify this for you. I want to simplify it for all of you, right? So I'm a simple astrologer. Like I've seen so many people talk about the transits and they get it wrong. The interpretations. So this year, 2026, through the letters and layers of numbers, it's a 1 year, right? Which would be this year. 2026 is a 1 year. It reduces down to a 1 year, and it's the Magician. Simply just 1 and 1. The first card is the Magician. So this is your year to create your magic. So if you're going to do something this year, you're planting your seeds this year. Right? You're planting your seeds this year. What seeds are you going to plant? That's the question. But if you don't plant your seeds this year and you wait till next year to plant your seeds, you could still plant them. But will you be in line with the numbering patterns of numerology? Well, not necessarily. But it depends on what calendar you're looking at, because we're in the Hebrew calendar, 5786. That's a different numbering system. Maybe you're somebody who just pays attention to that, but majority of you are paying attention to 226. And we're in a 1 cycle. So in 1 cycles, you plant seeds. You start something new. You make changes that are going to This is a year of fire. This is a year of being born again this year. If you watched my 7 Gates of Venus Decoded, we showed how Venus comes through Mars, Aries, which is the Lamb of God, and it gets reborn there through fire. Well, we're all experiencing that through this 2026 year. It's a 1 year. So it's a year of fire. This year is a year of fire. It's fire, air, water, earth, but the primary is fire because we're in a 1 cycle. And 1 is the root chakra. What do you do with the root chakra? You create your foundations. So despite what's going on in the canopy, and Tammy, I would have to go through all the transits and do it for the entire year to give you a proper interpretation. That would take too long. So I'm not trying to avoid your question. But I try to tell people, like, your life is scripted, right? So just rather than trying to figure out on what day you should do this and what day you should do that, just go do it. And do it with your instincts. And even for the month of May. If you get an idea in your mind and you instinctively and intuitively feel like your voice keeps telling you, and you keep looking around and you're seeing numbers and you're seeing signs, and you don't act on that, why wouldn't you act on that? Maybe if you don't act on that, scripted or not, your intuition is going to stop giving you the breadcrumbs. And it'll take you down the path that was already scripted, but it was down the path of already being scripted where, hey, you know what? This person's not listening to their intuition, so it's like throwing their hands. The Spirit's like, forget this. They're going to go down this door number 2, which was already scripted for them. But we are in a 1 cycle this year for everybody. And we're in a Jack of Spades and we're in a Knight of Swords year. That's why the war's going on right now. One of the reasons why the war is going on is because of this. This is the card for 2026. Attack. And if you're a fan of the medicine cards, it's the alligator year. You know what alligators do? Silent but deadly. The United States, they invaded Venezuela on January 3rd. That's this card. This is the card of the Genesis Block 0 for Bitcoin. This is the card for the entire year of 2026. So when you take these 2 cards together, since we're in a 1 cycle, you're supposed to attack with your magic. Like, waiting around for what they're going to do is not the proper move. They don't wait around for you to make your move, you know. When I say they, I'm talking about the main collective that moves the energy on the board. They don't sit there and watch you in your life and say, well, let me see what Logan's going to do first before we make our move. They don't care about me. So why would you care about what's going on with them? Some of you do. This is an attack cycle. Attack. So this is a lot. To me, this year is the year of yes. And if you have a definitive no, well, then you stand your ground. But this is the year of yes. Earl's asking, what do I see in the cards for August 2nd? I haven't looked at the eclipse, but it is a Jack of Diamonds day. Lucy in the sky with diamonds. So it could be a big thing. You know, I want to just remind all of you, right? If you go trace back these supposed huge solar and lunar eclipses and you chart the past patterns, there is a lot of them that nothing happened. Nothing happened. But I'm not saying that nothing's going to happen on August 2nd or around that time. For me personally, what do I think the eclipses are? Portals. Portals. Energy comes in, energy goes out. They're tied to the Vesica Piscis. They're tied to time. Literally, they're tied to time. Literally, they're tied to this. What you're looking at right here in this picture, this is what an eclipse is all about. This is the sun and moon going around, that spiral, creating time. And the Vesica Piscis fits in there because the two circles intersect and you have the portal there. You'll have the portal. Mr. Mann's asking, how am I supposed to find love? What's the point of dating sites if my life is scripted? Well, if you're on a dating site right now, you're supposed to be. For me, there are no accidents. Everything, as Jordan uses the word utility. So if you're looking to find somebody to go on a date with, if you're on dating sites, then you're supposed to be on the dating site. That's it. I'm somebody who looks at how all of that is going to look. Like dating. Like what goes into dating? Well, it ain't cheap. You got to know, again, using critical thinking, right? Going into dating, which I never used. I never used it when I was doing it. So if you're on a dating site right now, how much time does it take out of your day to pay attention to that website? Like if you're on dating sites and all of a sudden you get a couple messages from somebody that's interested in you, I would bet my life the majority of you will stop whatever you're doing to read that message. You will. 99% of you will stop whatever you're doing to read that message. Why? Because you want to go on a date. For whatever reason. You'll sneak out of work. Whatever you got to do to read that message. It's going to take up your time. And then start forecast. Okay, if let's say you lock down a date. What do you know about the person? Well, the typical dating site will tell you, I like to go hiking. I like restaurants. I like to go shopping. Oh, great. So I like all that stuff too. We're a match made in heaven. You like shopping. I like shopping. I like baking. You like baking. Oh my God, let's get married already. Dating's expensive. Is it worth it? For some people, it is. So if you're asking how you're supposed to find love, stop looking. That'd be my answer. Stop looking. Go get off the dating sites. Think about how much more you'd be able to do in life if you weren't trying to wait for the next message for somebody interested in you. But again, it's up to you on what your truth is, and maybe that's what you like spending your time on. All right, let's some of you never will get on a dating site. I'll be honest with you, ladies and gentlemen. I think you'd have much better success using a dating site as your vetting process than doing it organically. I mean, really think about what I'm telling you. I mean, what does somebody do? What does an employer do before they hire you? Well, they do the interview, but then what do they do? A background check. Do they ask you to tell you your background? I mean, they'll ask you on the application maybe, but no, they'll pull up all of the dirt on you. Computer generated. They don't go to the library to find that. So for me, dating sites are the vetting process. Like the first line of defense to say, okay, now I want to go on a date with you. Because again, let's fast forward. What do you date? Why do you want to date? Why do you want to go on a date with somebody? Well, several reasons, right? Number one, you're horny maybe. You want to have sex. You want to raise your oxytocin. You want to kiss or hold hands or cuddle. You want to spend some time with somebody because you don't like to be alone. Those are the three main reasons why people want to go on dating sites or want to go on a date. Because they don't want to be alone. They want to have, the feelings of holding hands and cuddling and all that kind of stuff. Or they want to have sex. Well, then there's other reasons beyond that. So first, what is the reason why you want to date? What's the main reason why you want to go on a date with somebody? And then, are you thinking short term? Because the majority of people I would bet my life on that when they go on a dating site, they're thinking automatically, I'm looking for the love of my life. And if you find the love of your life, does that mean that you want to be with that person forever? The answer is probably yes. Again, this is where you go back to, and this is where, I never use critical thinking. You're in high school, and you start having sex, or you start dating, or you get a girlfriend or boyfriend, whatever. Are you thinking to yourself, if you go back to that state of mind, if you can remember back then, are you thinking, yeah, I just want to have fun, and maybe, right? But you're looking at, hey, my mom and dad are married, or I see people getting married and having families. I want that. So it's naturally programmed inside of us to think long term. So if you're on a website right now, a dating website, or you just want to do it organically, and you actually go out and you rub elbows with people on the town, like the girls ask you, hey, let's go out tonight. What is the reason why you're going out? Well, I just want to go have fun. Okay, great. What if somebody approaches you? Oh, okay, I'll entertain that. Are you thinking short term or long term? Like if you're a girl and you go out with the girls and your objective is just to go out with the girls and have fun, but some handsome guy comes over and starts to talk to you and you get all giddy and there's chemistry between you two and he asks you for your number and you give it to him. Are you thinking short term or long term? Do you tell them right up front, hey, I just want to have fun. I'm not interested in I'm not looking to get married. Well, do people normally say that stuff? I would say no. They don't. They're thinking probably long term. Whether or not you go out and look for it, if somebody approaches you and there's chemistry and you're like, man, how many times has this happened? Oh my God, I wasn't even supposed to go out with the girls tonight, that last Friday, and I met this guy. He's amazing. I wasn't even looking. I was not dating, nothing. He just approached me, and now you're taking him home to meet the parents. Right? I'd never do this, but man, this guy just knocked me off my feet. Happens all the time. I think people, they don't think short, or they just think long term. When you have chemistry with somebody and you can't wait to see that person because it's electric and you feel giddy and your oxytocin's off the charts, you're thinking, I would imagine you're thinking long term, marriage material. And you know, ladies and gentlemen, in the beginning of a relationship, it's always the best. It's always amazing, usually. So where is our critical thinking? Well, I think that it's kind of goes by the wayside in the beginning because you just want to experience the oxytocin and have fun. And I get all that. Been there, done that. But where's the long-term thinking? When you start to date and now you're dating for a month and like, are you thinking long-term? I don't know. But I would think that the dating sites at least offer you a vetting process. Jimmy says, me and Mrs. decoded each other the other day. Congratulations. Absolute game changer and definitely made us even closer. That's what it's all about. If you're, again, because we have a lot of haters out there. Oh, Logan, you're belittling relationships and love. And dude, these are my opinions and truths. You don't have to agree. The majority of the world does not follow my state of mind. Mine is the least popular. The majority of the world wants to have sex, wants to get orgasms, wants to cuddle, wants to hug, wants to go on dates, wants to get married, and wants to have a family. That's the majority of the world. That's never going to go away, and that's why you and I are here. That's how you got here. Because that idea of love and falling in love and living happily ever after is what made you. So it's not going to go away. So if you're going to engage in a relationship or dating, or if you're in a marriage right now, the very best thing that you can do is study your partner through their esoteric. Instead of trying to wait 5 years to figure out how they behave. You got a cheat sheet right up front. You got their love signature, their moon, their emotions, their Mars, their drive. You could see all of that in their numerology and their astrology and their human design, all that. You already have it up front. It's a vetting process. I don't know why more people are not interested in that kind of stuff. I don't know, but all right, let's switch this over. I have this idea. And I want to share it with all of you. So I want somebody to take this idea. Maybe you don't think this idea, maybe you'll think this idea is complete garbage. Because maybe you don't see it. Like, you know how it is. We had a caller call in last week who I'm waiting on a video from. He emailed me shared some pretty interesting stuff, but I'm having a hard time seeing it. So I said, hey, make a video and narrate it and tell me what you see, because I don't see what you see. So I'm waiting on that, right? I'm telling you that because what I'm about to tell you, I think is $1 million idea. Somebody can take this idea, and if you have the resources, you could become world renowned with this idea. So I'm going to tell you. I'm going to do my best to tell you so you understand the vision. And this popped into my head on, I woke up on, hold on, I'll tell you right now when it was. So some of you want to know the day. Was it last Friday? No, couldn't have been that. Anyway, it was last week. I woke up and I had this idea so strongly pop into my mind, I got excited about it. So I shared with a few people. They're not interested because they got their own stuff going on. So I'm just going to give it away. And maybe it goes nowhere. But this is what downloaded into my mind. and it's regarding the earth. It's regarding the flat earth versus the round earth, the globe, the concave, whatever you want to call it. So right now, there's a lot of energy and focus on that topic. How can you make that move to where people will start to get interested in that and partake in that idea? Just beyond what's already out there. Well, I started to think about the guys that went down to Antarctica last year during the summer solstice. There was a handful of flat earthers and there was a handful of globers that went down there. They invited a couple big names. One of them I know, David Weiss, and I asked him, hey, how come you didn't go? And So there were two big names. Eric Dubé, he got invited, he didn't go. This was an all-paid trip to go. They declined not to go. And then there were other ones went down there and they documented it, and you still get these people that say it was staged it was CGI and all this stuff. Listen, you can't prove that. So I'm here to tell you an idea that's going to alleviate it, and it will make this will be so much fun. You ready? This is the idea. You do a crowdfunding campaign. You set up for 2027, because you're going to need about 6 months to set this up. So December of 2027, and you do a crowdfunding campaign, and you're going to set it up where you're going to bring 10 people to Antarctica. You got to hire the expert. You have to hire the company. You need the flights. They have to fly into South Africa, I think, or Chile, and then they have to fly to Antarctica. Now you crowdfund the entire thing. Now what people get for crowdfunding it, and all you need is about 150,000 people paying $10, and what they're going to get for that $10 is you're going to live stream the 24-hour sun in December to the world, and you don't even have to pay for the streaming. You can probably get Starlink to sponsor it. This would be a worldwide event, and you could sell tickets like a pay-per-view event. So you get 5 flat earthers, 5 globers, and here's the big caveat, okay? You do a lottery on who goes. So there's no like, oh, you cherry-picked, or no. You do a lottery live where you have to sign up, and there has to be a vetting process because your health has to be in a certain condition, and there probably needs to be some requirements for that. But you do a lottery live online, and you pick the 10 people that get to go. The winner is this person. The winner is that person. And you do it, male and female. And then you crowdfund the entire trip. And all you need is about $10, maybe $5 a person. I have the whole thing out on AI. I did the whole thing that day. So I got excited about it. From sponsorships, and I was doing it completely on giving the money away to charity. Any additional income earned on the live stream, the pay-per-view, because you're going to go down there and you're going to stream the 24-hour sun live and broadcast it live. So there's no doubt of like, you're in a CGI, no, we're going to do it live. And we're going to broadcast it live. And you sell the tickets to live stream. It's like a pay-per-view event, and you can do it where you can have somebody be like a tour guide, and you can start to do the live streaming as you are going and making the trip down there. People document their trips in real time. That would be another thing you can do. And if you had 150,000 people, which I think is easily doable, at $10 a pop, that's $1.5 million. I already ran the numbers with AI. And to get 10 people down there for everything, plane tickets and hotel and food and accommodation, it's about $750,000. So you already have $750,000 surplus, and I'm being very conservative. So if you're somebody who wants to earn, and think about this, ladies and gentlemen, if someone takes this idea, you start marketing it, you build a website for it, you start planning out the lottery of who's going to go. It's all crowdfunded. There's no money that comes out of your pocket. Zero money. You just got to put it together. You need a little team, and you got to bring people in as the team, and they get paid. So there's additional money that would go to the people that you actually employ to do this event. But you can run it all through an LLC. It's all protected. And you do it all through AI. I already have the whole schematic already built out. I'm telling you, this is a multi-million-dollar event. If you were to market this event and say, hey, we're bringing 10 people, 10 total strangers to Antarctica in December of 2027, and it's completely by a lottery. That way, nobody gets cherry-picked. There's no biasy. And then you offer some people some jobs. We're going to need, an event coordinator. You could pay them. And you have sponsors. The whole thing, we're talking about the whole thing being sponsored. So again, Starlink could be possibly the company to do the internet streaming. You wouldn't have to pay for that. I don't know if they would agree to it. But Starlink would be able to provide you the live access to do the paid review in real time. And I've already done the numbers, ladies and gentlemen. I'm telling you, if somebody takes this idea, man, you start marketing it right now, people are going to get juiced on this idea. There are going to be people that can't wait for the lottery, like an NFL draft. Oh, and you have to submit online your application. So there has to be people that are employed that get paid to actually vet all these people. There is a process for all that kind of stuff. But then you run the lottery, and the 10 people that get selected, those people have an all expense paid to Antarctica, December of 2027. And you broadcast the whole thing, and you start with somebody, filming it as they leave their house, go into Chile. From Chile, they go to Antarctica. With the expedition, you do it days and days. And if you just have $10 as the pay-per-view, maybe $20 as a VIP for back access. I don't know. The possibilities are endless. You're talking millions of dollars. If you can't get 150,000 people interested in this event, because no one's ever done this, by the way. This has never been done. No one has ever documented the 24-hour sun live in the month of December like this. Because this would alleviate the burden of people saying it was done in a studio, or it was bullshit, or they filmed it here or filmed it there. No, you're going to do a lottery. You're going to get 10 random people. You're going to film the whole thing from start to finish. It's going to be live. And it's the first time the world would ever see something like this. And I'm telling you right now, folks, at $10 a pop, I can't imagine you not being able to sell somebody a ticket for $10 to watch a live stream of the 24-hour sun in Antarctica in the month of December. I can't imagine people not wanting to spend $10. You'd have merch. You'd be able to sell merch. I'm telling you, this is a multi-million-dollar idea. And then you'd be known, if this is something that you'd want, if you're going to be the producer of this or the director, you'd be world-renowned. Everybody would know your name. And then you could take that, and you could probably sell this to some network that would want to be a part of it. You're talking Netflix possibilities. You're talking Amazon Prime, Hulu. You're talking about, maybe Gaia TV. These are some of the things that come to my mind. That if you do it right and film it right, you could sell the rights to it. First time ever. If you're interested in this, ladies and gentlemen, I would be more than happy to send you what I've already got from AI. I have a whole pages and pages of what to do and questions I asked on how to make this happen and who you have to hire. And it's all done through crowdfunding. $0 would come out of your account. So if you have this kind of idea as a passion of yours, if you have the resources and the people that are in your Rolodex that could make this happen, well, send me an email and I'll send you what I have. Some of you are probably going to run this through AI and do it yourself. Someone's going to use this idea, I would imagine. It's just, I don't have a passion for it like I know some of you do. So just think about it. And if you're interested in this idea, I'll send you the model, the dialogue I had with AI outlining exactly what needs to be done. I'll send it to you. So just send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail.com. You know, at that day when I was getting flooded by all these ideas and I'm just inputting it, and I'm like, man, this would be super cool. And I thought to myself, do I really want to go to, I don't like the cold. So I would definitely watch it. I mean, think about it. It's like watching the moon landing. I'm not saying that stuff happened. It's like watching these kind of big events. The world has never seen this like this. No one's ever crowdfunded this idea. And what it would do, it would completely end the debate once and for all. Once and for all, you'd have it. And you would be the person that made this happen. You'd be the name. So if you're interested in earning money from, I was about charity. So I had charities picked out. Like any remaining money, it was over $1 million, I'm just going to give it away. I don't want any money for it. I just thought it'd be a really cool idea. Because I know a lot of you are, you're skeptical of this, you're skeptical of that. You've watched these videos and you've seen all this kind of stuff, and and it's like, wow. And both sides, globe, flat earth, they both have their truths, and they both have huge layers of merit to their truths, to where you start swaying to one side, swaying to the other. Well, the 24-hour sun in Antarctica is a big one. It's a really, really big one. And even AI had said, let's not treat this like trying to prove anybody wrong. Let's do it where you're just going to witness the 24-hour sun live, and you're going to show the world in a live stream. So everybody can watch it. It's like watching the eclipse. So this is a big thing, because you get all the way down there and there's no 24-hour sun. The flat earthers are going to rejoice. But you bring some people down there and they see it. Now what do we do? So it's a big controversial piece. It's a big controversial idea. But to me, if you do it right, you build a website. You have to build a website. You start to market it for people that are going to be part of, like, hey, do you want to become a participant? You got to sign up. And they sign up, they get involved in the lottery. You do the lottery live. You maybe do the lottery in about 3 months from now, whatever. You market that on social media. Man, there's a ton of people that would be interested in this. Like, I want to go. I would imagine a lot of you would go to witness it. If you could go to Antarctica, all expense paid, you know how much it costs to go there? Per person, it's like $50,000 to do something like this. So I'm saying $500,000 just to bring the people down there. Well, if you crowdfund it, it's nothing. And that way, everybody that is interested gets a piece of it. Like if you spend $10 to watch the live stream, you're supporting this whole entire idea. And $10 is nothing. 150,000 people easily is doable. That's a 1.5 million just on the pay-per-view alone. Not including merchandise, not including, VIP tickets that you could sell, maybe some back scenes. There's a lot you could do with this. And again, you could sell this to a network after the fact. I'm telling you, it's a big idea, man. So let's go through some of these content. Unapologetic, somehow you'd have to be able to prove that the group was actually at that spot. Yet you would just do I already figured that out. You would do a location. You would do the location. That's it. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, this is just an idea, and I know it's $1 million idea. I've already done the numbers, and I've already kind of ran the simulations with AI, and without any bias, man. I already know if this was set up right now and I announced that, hey, we're looking for 10 participants, all expense paid to Antarctica in 2027 December. Who wants to go? I would get a countless amount of you that would sign up for it. All expense paid? Of course you would. And there would be perks involved, and then you'd sell the tickets, and somebody can make $1 million with this. I'm telling you. No one's ever done it. All right, so that was my idea. And I hope somebody emails me, and I'll give you I hope somebody does it, honestly. I really, really do. I think it's $1 million. I think somebody could make a lot of money. For me, it was about the charity. It was about just like give the money away. I don't want any proceeds from it. I just want people to be able to go there and witness it for themselves, live in front of the whole world. That's it. Just give the money away. Unapologetic says the controllers would never allow such a thing. I guarantee you could make it happen. I'm telling you right now, someone's going to take this idea and use it. I already know it. I already know it. Got to get out of that mindset of the controllers and all this rubbish. I'm not disrespecting your comment. I just don't agree with it. Because the controllers are being controlled, you see. It's a Ponzi scheme. The controllers that you call the controllers, they are not in control. The controllers are being controlled. Guys, some of you are just, you're already, look, I'm not saying this is a bulletproof idea, but I know it's a really good idea. If you're interested, send me an email and I'll send you the dialogue. If you want to run with it, great. I hope somebody makes a lot of money with it. For me, it was just all about being able to send 10 people down to be, see, some of the lottery could be rigged. Come on, guys. Guys and gals, what do you mean? We live in this world of like it's a psyop. Everything is a conspiracy. Everything is rigged. It's fake. Are you fake? Are you rigged? Are you a conspiracy? Do you think I am? Of course, trust is an issue. But where do you trust? It's kind of like this idea, right? The people that think that man's in control of this reality, right? Then I say to them, I ask them, I've done this. Do you think there's an organic script playing out? Majority of people say yes. People that code break, forensic decoders, I ask them, do you think there's an organic script playing out? And the majority of people I know would say, yeah. Okay, great. So my next question is, if you think man's controlling everything, where do you draw the line? Where do you make the determination that the script is no longer organic? Where do you draw that line? So if you're saying if you believe that there's an organic code, but you think man's running this, where do you draw the line to say it's not organic anymore? Because it's evil? Because it's bad? I have yet to have anybody answer that question with any thought behind it. Just deflection. Now, you may not think there's an organic script playing out. That's totally fine too. Earl says, we live in a 12-sided dodecahedron, Platonic solid based on 1.618. Where's your evidence of it? What would be your best evidence to support that statement? I'm not saying you're wrong, right? But I would need to see some evidence. Like, making a claim like that is awesome. I think it has depth to it, but you'd have to support it with some kind of evidence. Otherwise, it's an idea. And many people have many ideas. Now, we have a lot of people that commented on this idea. I appreciate all of you for leaving a comment. And again, ladies and gentlemen, it's just an idea, man. What's up, Edward? I'll send you the video again. Okay, great. I didn't get nothing from you. So Edward, the caller that called in last week, who did his best to kind of tell the audience what it was, lost me. I was completely lost. That's on me. So I asked Edward to make a video, explain, because this is how I process, right? For me, I don't just sit here and tell you that we live in a scripted reality. I show you with the evidence. Now, you don't have to agree. You can say that's all rubbish. Many people do. But at least I have the evidence. It would be up to you to disprove the evidence if you don't think that it's scripted. Talk. It's talk something. Ask the question: how to stop wanting oxytocin? Maybe you're not designed to stop wanting oxytocin. You know, I've done personal readings for just about every walk of life over the course of my career of reading people. Astrology, numerology, human design, tarot. I've countless. I can't even count. From wealthy people to the opposite end. And I've seen charts of wealthy people, and I'm like, I can ask that person, and I have, do you feel comfortable doing what you're doing? Do you like doing what you're doing? If the answer is yes, if people say I love what I'm doing and they're making a lot of money at it, that's what they're designed to do. And I know you would say, well, I don't love being poor, but I'm poor. Well, maybe you just haven't, maybe there's a lesson for you that you need to learn before you turn the corner. I don't have an answer for all of you folks. I just don't. I know you want one, but I don't. Like, why am I getting this? Why am I getting that? I don't have an answer for everybody. I'd have to literally look at your life under a microscope, like a personal reading, to tell you what your raw code says, not what's happening to you right now. Because, ladies and gentlemen, what's happening to you right now, I want to just let you know, it doesn't have to be permanent. I would think that a lot of you treat your life like that's it for the rest of your life. It's permanent. I'm always going to be in this set of circumstances. I hope that you haven't adopted that as your truth. Life is temporary. It's permanent until you die, but life is temporary, right? What's going on in your life right now doesn't have to be permanent. But if you keep doing the same things that you've done last week and last month and last year, don't think that you're going to have different results. It's the very simple example I can give you is like driving a car. And you drive the car and you get a car and it's turbocharged or supercharged. You know, back in the day when I sold cars a long time ago, one of the things that salesmen would typically tell you when you're buying a used car, the story was a little old lady owned this car. It's got low miles, you know, and it would be like, yeah, some old guy owned it. And it looked brand new. Barely drove it. You know, like, I don't know if that story's true, if the salesman's telling me that. Could be just some BS story. But the story is that a little old lady owned it. Maybe it was a Porsche with a turbo. And the little old lady wasn't a race car driver, so she'd never smashed the gas on that Porsche turbo. Maybe she inherited it from somebody who died in their family. And she never knew the car was that fast. She never stepped on the gas because she just putted around town. So that poor turbo in the engine never got used. Until you find out you got a turbo. And you're like, oh shit, this car's fast. I never stepped on the gas like this. So why I'm telling you that story is it's kind of similar to your chart and your blueprint. If you've never studied your esoteric charts, there may be things in there that you don't see, that you don't realize there's a turbo in there that you're not using. And until you use it, you can't go faster. Meaning, if you wake up tomorrow like you woke up yesterday and last week and last month, and you continually drive that car without stepping on the gas, don't expect to go faster than what you did yesterday. So there has to be change that comes into play to move into that space. But for me, it's about knowing what you have before you start making the moves. Because that gives you confirmations. It'll give you the confirmations, and what does the confirmations give you? Confidence. Confirmations provide you confidence. And and on top of that, you have to know, not believe. You need to know that this is what your charts are going to give you. So I'm saying is that there are people in this world, according to their charts, that they're designed to be wealthy. That's what their code gave them. That's why so many people go to these get-rich-quick seminars and they never get rich. Because they're not designed to get rich like the person who got rich. It's like the same thing for me. I'm a minimalist. I'm celibate. I'm not dating. It's not cookie cutter. Don't listen to what I'm saying and my observations of life. Your code may not call for that. And this is why I get the heat. Because people are in relationships, they're in love, and they're listening to me, and they're like, this guy's a crazy lunatic. That's because they got a different code. So my code is not cookie cutter. And I've said this so many times. Your code is cookie cutter to you. But you got to study it to know it. Netter Rafis asks, so some are designed to be poor. I would say the answer is yes. The answer would be yes. Some people are designed to not be wealthy. But then you'd have to define it. Because, ladies and gentlemen, there are people that'll give you the stories. I'll give you an example. Bob Proctor. I'm going to go optimism here because this question that you asked, some people are designed to be poor. Some people are designed to be poor, right? I'm going to go with this. And I'm going to tell you, Bob Proctor, who was kind of a mentor of mine, who developed the Born Rich series, which you still can watch on YouTube for free. It'll change your life, but you got to pay attention to it. He was poor. He was broke. And he changed his life. So if you're in that same position right now, where you're not making what you want, you feel like you're poor, you feel like you have the potential. Because if I ask you, do you think you have the potential? I would imagine every one of you is going to say yes. Well, okay, then where's your mindset? Don't start thinking, oh my God, there are people that are designed to be poor and that's what they're going to get. Don't think that way. I'd rather think there's a chance for you to get out of that position and make the attempt to get out of that position versus looking at the chart and saying, I'm doomed. To me, that's a horrible way to live. I mean, I've looked at so many different cultures. If you feel like your life sucks, go to YouTube and watch the zombies of Nairobi. Go watch those people. If you think your life is terrible and you got dealt a bad hand, you want to feel good about yourself, go watch the zombies of Nairobi on YouTube. Go check that out. And that'll make you feel better about your life. I promise it will. Unapologetic American. Listen, I'll give you two things. You're asking about a reading. I do personal readings, yes. You can go to cosmicsugar.org. Cosmicsugar.org. Right on the front page are the readings that I offer. But if you're somebody who likes to do it yourself, then Spotlight, the course that we created last year, is the way to go. Not only is it very affordable, $200, and I'm adding on, by the way, just an announcement, I'm adding on another module to the Spotlight course. So if you've done the Spotlight course, I'm adding on another module. So we have 8 modules, I'm adding on another one. It's not going to be a long one, but it's something that I integrated, and I have another one on top of that. It has to do with the medicine cards, integrated with the playing cards. Another module. So there'll be 9 modules. It's over 5 hours of information, and I walk you through it step by step. If you know how to follow instructions, like I say, raise your right arm, then you can do this course. It's simple. You don't need any education on astrology, numerology, nothing. Now, the reason why I'm telling you about Spotlight is because there's something special about doing it yourself. Getting all the information yourself to me, is more special than somebody doing it for you. But this is not like massaging yourself versus somebody giving you a massage. No, that's different. There's something special about you doing the research on yourself and reading the material. There's something gratifying about it. You have to experience it. And again, you don't have to be an expert in any of these areas of the esoteric. You could be somebody who's never looked at numerology or astrology. As long as you can watch the video and follow the instructions, which are simple, you can do the course. And it's a fraction of what my readings are. I just did a reading for somebody the other day, over 4 hours. I don't have time limits. My normal is 3 hours I spent straight. I did over 4 hours for this person. I looked down, I'm like, holy shit, I've been going over 4 hours. Who does a reading for 4 hours? Why do 4 or 5 hour podcasts? I like doing readings for people. But if I had to tell you which one I'd rather have you do, it wouldn't be going through me. Because once you learn the course, you can decode anybody you know. Versus me doing it, and then you got to bring me in to do another reading for them. Like if you're married You'd have to pay for 2 readings. I'm not going to do 2 readings together. I can look at both charts at the same time. But the focus is on you when I do a reading. You're on the pedestal. But when you do the course, you can read anybody. Isaac the Surfer is saying, so you got the Spotlight course. Will I be able to see the new module? Yeah, I'm just going to add it to the Spotlight course. I have to put it, I've already kind of made the graphics, and now I have to shoot the video. It's not a lot of material. It's going to be a very short one. It's an additional module. So all you'd have to do is to go on the Spotlight course and locate that additional module. And it's very challenging to be able to tell everybody that's gotten the course, because I send emails out and I get crickets from people, and I know it goes into spam, and so it's very hard. So honestly, it's the most challenging thing to be able to reach those that have already taken the course. It's very challenging. And I can't call everybody. It just wouldn't happen. So that's what I'm saying. Follow the research and just check in from time to time, and you'll have the module, and it'll just automatically be in there. But if you've already gone through this, some of you haven't finished it. If you go through the Spotlight course, ladies and gentlemen, you're going to have, look, this is what you'll get. This right here is all of the information I've gotten on myself. This is what you would collect. Look at all this information. This is what you will collect on yourself. Look at all this. And all you have to do is just collect it. And then you just plug it into AI and you ask it certain questions. And I've already given you the questions to ask it. Look at all this. This is what you'll collect. All right? That's what you'll end up collecting. And you just ask AI to give you the definitions. And it's so freaking amazing and so accurate. And what it's really good at is integrating it all together and making it all kind of make sense. It's pretty awesome. Unapologetic American, I'm 71. 71's awesome. That's so crazy. The guy that I just did a reading for, his name numerology was 71. Last reading I did. Let me show all of you, really quickly, what I discovered. Show you the power in the course. Oops. Here it is. This right here is the system that we created. I don't take any credit for this. Whatever's channeling through me, this is what we created, and this is using the true sidereal. That's why it's all color-coded. And it gives the human design the precision and accuracy, because this is the most accurate astrology system. And then we have the gates here. If you're a fan of Richard Rudd Gene Keys, there's all the gates. And then we've added on, which is brand new, is the periodic table. Because you got all you have all the I Ching. So you have the I Ching, you have the gates, you have the zodiac signs, you have the celestials, and then you've added on the periodic table. It's been a game changer. So anyway, Colonel Charles Reeves, born on September 2nd, 1946, or 64, at 5:14 a.m. in Lebanon, Beirut. And he is the savior in Matrix Revolution. He's the one who saves humanity from the machines. He makes a deal with the machines and he sacrifices himself, right? That's what he does if you've seen Matrix 3. Well, see, Chiron is the wound. It's your wound. And in this case, it's humanity's wound. And there is this Chiron in gate number 49 in Aquarius. Now, Aquarius is the machines. Aquarius, we're seeing it. We're moving into the machine. Neo saves human beings from the machines, taking everybody over. Makes a deal where they all get along. Right? That's what he does. Well, his Chiron, along with his Chronos, but his Chiron, the wounded warrior, is in the sign of Aquarius, which is the machine city. This is his birth chart. And it's in gate 49. And his Chiron card is the Six of Wands, the card of victory. This is what you would find in your spotlight course. I'll show you your Chiron card. He's got the victory card in gate number 59 in this element called indium, and indium is used in electronics, electrical machine city. Well, gate 49 is called the gate of revolution. I didn't make this up. The founder made this up. And Matrix Part 3, where he saves the world and sacrifices himself, is called Matrix Revolutions. See, this system, the human design was created back in the 1980s, but it's not lined up with this. Because if I go to the typical chart, here's his tropical human design. Notice he has gate 49 missing. It's not activated. It's because it's not accurate. There's going to be some crossovers. Yes, there will be. This is the precise layer of human design that you're looking for. And look at the synchronicity. That he has his Chiron, which is the savior, in the sign of Aquarius, which is the machines. And it's the gate of revolution, which matches Matrix Revolutions. Here in tropical, now it's missing. Doesn't work. Here it is. And he's got the Six of Wands, man. And do you realize that Matrix Revolutions came out on June 15th? Let me look it up. Matrix Revolutions came out on October 20th. That's the USA. Hold on. November 5th. That's right. It came out on November 5th. So we look at the chart. What is the November 5th card? The Two of Diamonds. Well, then I go to the charts. Where's the Two of Diamonds? Right here. And what's the card for the spirit? The frickin' Six of Clubs, which is Keanu Charles Reeves' Chiron card. Here's Keanu Charles Reeves right here, Nine of Diamonds, and there is his Six of Clubs, his Chiron card. Now, either the Wachowskis and everybody else under the sun are all in on the cards and the numerology. They're all in on it, but ladies and gentlemen, what they're not in on is this system, because this was created 6 months ago. So it's an impossibility. You see, this is my proof. Because if they were using human design, the tropical, the original, gate 49 is not activated. It's not accurate. There's his freaking Six of Wands right there in gate 49. The savior in Aquarius, the machine city. See, this guy, and his name was Neo, because it's neodymium. Ladies and gentlemen, I could go on and on and on and on and on with all of that. And I did. I just did a presentation released on the Patreon, and it showed you way more than that. It's called Shadow Decoded. And I showed you how Neo was selected, Not by the Wachowskis or anybody that was involved in the Matrix series, but by the divine. Whatever's operating this reality, whatever that it is what selected it for him. He's got the 9 of diamonds. It's the card. It's called the one who gives. It's my Phoenix card, man. That's why I give so much away. It's card 35. I was born on the 35th day of the year. I have a lot to do with that energy. Give a lot of stuff away. Feels good when you give it away to help humanity. You can't find the video on the sniffing glue. So if you go to YouTube and you type in the zombies of Nairobi, there it is. Right here it is, right here. If you think your life sucks, if you think your life is that bad, right? Yeah, just imagine getting that code. Imagine getting the code of these people. I don't know why I'm spinning here. All they do is sit around and sniff. Not everybody, but yeah. Look at this poverty, you know? Like, you have a heart, you feel bad for these people, but did they have a choice? No, this is what they grew up in. They sit there in trash and dirt and they just sniff glue and they want to escape. I don't know, that's how they're programmed. So if you think you got it bad, man, these people just hang out here. And they put glue in the bottle and they sniff it and they get high. So the next time you think your life sucks and I got a bad deal and a bad hand, yeah, go watch this video. And maybe you'll think a little differently. I don't know. I mean, if that's punishment, if that's what hell would be like, that would be the ultimate punishment. Something like that. Mr. Mann's asking, do you give money or food to homeless people on the street? I've done plenty of that. When I was in LA, you go out into the woods and help people out there. I've done the soup kitchen in Vegas. I've donated plenty. You know, I tell a lot of people, man, the work you do, you may not think, but it's probably humanitarian. Because you're probably somebody who makes a company grow. When you make a company grow, they have to hire more people, and when they hire those people, they give them a paycheck, and that paycheck may just save their life. You had a hand in that because you're helping the company grow. Somebody, Joshua says, I hate being, I'm leaving. I hate being ignored. Well, it's not like I did it on purpose, dude. Oh, geez. Come on, man. I didn't know the world revolves around you. I'm so sorry. Tammy says, doesn't matter which door, it all leads to one place. No. Not every choice that you end up engaging in is not going to lead to the same destination. I mean, if you book a trip to Tokyo, you're not going to end up in Cape Town, South Africa. But I would definitely encourage you to think about forecasting what would possibly happen if you go down that door or open that door. What do you want it to happen? Does it matter to you? You know, I'll share something. I'll be vulnerable. I'll share something, you know, of my own life. I was supposed to move last year, and something happened and it fell through. I was supposed to be in the Puerto Vallarta and the Acapulco. I was speaking on stage. I had to forfeit that position. But now I'm in a position where I'm moving again. And I can't tell you how relieved I felt after I made the decision on where I'm going to go. It's kind of like going on a vacation, right? If you could go anywhere on vacation, where would you go? Where would the destination be? Well, that's the fun, right? Is picking where you want to go and then booking the hotel and the airfare. And now when you have that nucleus booked, if anybody asks you, hey, in 2 weeks, let's come over for a barbecue, I can't. I'm going on vacation. Everything revolves around that nucleus because you made the decision. So now you don't have to try to figure it out. Some of you get so caught up in not making the decision and you get frustrated. It makes you anxious. It makes you nervous. Some of you may get depressed because you can't make a decision. So again, it was like, okay, I'm going to move now. Now I have the space to move and I made a decision on where I want to go. Now the key is not getting attached to that. Not getting bummed out if it doesn't happen. And like the last place I was supposed to move to Mazatlan last year, the other side of Mexico. And that fell through. And it was like a dream come true. Everything was perfect. Everything was what I wanted. And it fell through. But you know what? I can honestly tell you, I didn't have any expectations on the trip. So when I made the decision I wasn't going to go, I'll make the best out of this situation that I'm at now. I didn't get emotionally involved with having to not go. So I'm encouraging all of you to think about it this way: is if you make a decision on something and it doesn't happen, don't get bummed out about it, because something better may come along that will put you in a different position that you'll be much happier about. Or maybe it saved you from something by not going on it. Happens a lot, right? People say, oh my God, if I would have, like for instance, I was supposed to go to Puerto Vallarta, to Acapulco. I had some friends over, they got stuck over there when that whole El Mencho thing happened. I had people messaging me, man, you dodged a bullet, not getting hung up here. Well, I don't know if I would have been there or not still, but I didn't have to deal with the ruckus. So I'm telling you right now that we're in a one cycle. And if you're going to make any decisions on starting something new, this is the year to do it. And in just a few days, officially for me and so many other people, we're moving into the 2026 season. March 20th is the spring equinox. What's up, Jeremiah? Thanks, brother. I appreciate the kind words. My Flip 74, are you staying in Mexico? That's the plan. I found this, I'm not going to say anything now. I found this amazing community amazing community, and I'll end up sharing it, and I'm sure some of you may want to move there. So it's like a brand new development. Kind of reminds me of the United States in a lot of ways. It's in an amazing city, and it's super affordable. The only thing is if you don't have an online kind of business, well then, don't think you're going to go get a job there. That's the only thing about living abroad. Either you have money saved or you earn money online or whatever. But this place that I've picked, selected, or it's selected me, the numbers are staggering, and it's mind-blowing. And I'm already thinking to do a event there. It's got a major airport. So to do this, the goal is to do Spotlight live, and it just may be in that city because it's super affordable, right? So if somebody to come down to do a weekend for Spotlight and learn the Spotlight course in a whole weekend is very inexpensive in this place. So Jacqueline says, I'm looking to move. I'm telling you, this is the year to do it. We're in a one cycle. This is an Aries year. Mars, fire, 2026. Mars, fire, one, planting seeds, taking action. It's this year to do it. 2027, we're moving into a two cycle where you start cultivating the seeds. Doesn't mean you can't move in 2027. A lot of people will. What I'm saying is if you're a fan of the esoteric, you get in line with the esoteric, 2026 is a one cycle. So you're in line with that. Like, I'm going to plant my seeds. Like, for me, it's like I feel really comfortable with this move because I could have moved last year. Didn't happen. That was a 9 cycle, which, is close enough. But this one I feel really comfortable with because we are going to be in a 1 cycle. And, this is a big thing for me. Well, this area that I'm going to be going to is not, it's not like here. The weather here, I've been here quite some time. The weather in the Caribbean is amazing. I grew up in New England. I grew up in Connecticut, Massachusetts, and Rhode Island, that area. And in the summertime, we would always dread the humidity. It never got like super hot there because you're really high on the latitude, 41 degrees north, but we dreaded the humidity. That was my least favorite part of the seasons, was the humidity and the snow. I couldn't stand those. Those are the extremes. Those are the hot and cold, right? The hot and cold is the winter and summer, which just coincidentally are the solstices in the equinox in the seasons. Solstices. It's got the word soul in it for the sun. Winter solstice, summer solstice. Those are the extremes. Spring and fall, the equinoxes are more balanced, more neutral, neutrality, lukewarm. So this place in the Caribbean here, it's amazing. It's usually always warm. It's high humidity. You just get used to it. But, I wasn't born here. So the genetic pool that I have, I'm big into the genetic pools. And so my genetic pool wasn't built around humidity 365 all year round. My genetic pool is based on the change with the seasons. So you uproot somebody who has the 4 seasons genetically put into their body and you move them to a place where it's always warm and high humidity, it can wear on you. Your body may not like it. And then you have your age. Here there's an issue with mold because of the moisture. You never know if there's any here in the building that you're in or the place that you live at. So for me, the very best weather is, my favorite place is Orange County, California, LA, because it's got that microclimate. I always just favored that. That's why I love that city so much, because of the weather. What's up, Jeremiah says, where's Christine? She was here last week. She was partaking in the chat last week. It's good to see her. Joshua was asking about star spelled backwards, rats, and we do research on tats. Yeah, you could play with these words a lot. The mirror of stars is rats. You could do that, but what does a rat and a star have in common? I mean, the only thing that I can come up with is the year of the rat in Chinese astrology is tied to Aries, which is this, even though this is the year of the fire horse, we're in a 1 cycle, so subtly in the background you get the rat, and the rat is the curious one. It's kind of fascinating because I don't know if you know this or not, but the coronavirus, it was officially declared a pandemic on March 11th, 2020, the year of the rat. And if you go study the bubonic plague, guess what year it was a plague? The year of the rat. The year 1347 into 1348. Actually started in 1346, I'm sorry. Started in the year of the pig, just like COVID started in 2019, the year of the pig. And then it moved into the year of the rat. And the bubonic plague started the Black Death, the year of the rat. Just think about that for a minute. I started putting some slides together on that. The bubonic plague, the Black Death, started in the year, what really kind of came to fruition in the year of the rat. Now, would you say that man orchestrated that around the year of the rat? Some people would think so. But again, I'll tell you right now, the mind of man is not our own, so. Yeah, no coincidence. Nick's asking the fire horse. In Chinese, the fire horse has already started. That started in February. So that doesn't need a Gregorian calendar or a true nature calendar. The Chinese basically will tell you that the start of springtime is around February. It's like literally right around my birthday. like February 4th or 5th or 6th or something is right around the time when spring starts to happen. If you study the Chinese stuff. Going through your comments. So Joshua, to go back to your rats and stars, I don't see what you see. We could do this with a lot of words, but when you say rat, you're talking about the R. Right? That's called the cornerstone of the word. Think of words as a ship, a boat. The cornerstone is like the rudder of the ship. The rudder of the ship is what directs the boat. So in this case, when you say rat, it's got the word Ra in it. And Ra is the sun god, and rat is the first sign, and the first sign in the astrology systems that we use is Aries, which is fire, and fire is the sun. So there's a correlation there with the rat and the Ra. But when you convert it into star, the cornerstone of the word star is the letter S, which is much different than the letter R. And we don't speak backwards, we speak forwards. So the rudder of the ship for the word star is the letter S, which is the sun. That's why sun or soul starts with the letter S. There is a correlation to Ra being the sun, so there is merit to what you're saying about the rat being tied to the star. But when you say these words, they have nothing to do with one another phonetically. I don't think so. Now, unless you see something that I don't see, if you have some kind of evidence, some kind of ingredient to add on to this phenomenon of rat and star, I'm all ears to listen to it. But that's all I really see with that. Someone's asking about the Ethiopian calendar. I've looked at the Ethiopian calendar, but I haven't really taken it on. I actually created a calendar that's based on the 13 months. And I didn't actually take that back. I didn't create it. It was already created. So let me show you what I'm talking about. So this right here is the calendar. And this is why you have the sundial. The calendar is based on the sun and the moon. This is time. This is the sine wave. This is the golden ratio. This is the square root of 3, the Vesica Piscis. So if you're born here in the Tropic of Cancer, March can be the first month or the 13th month. Right now, we're in the 13th month because March 20th, 19th, 20th, or 21st is the spring equinox for the Tropic of Cancer, the northern hemisphere. Well, it starts on the 19th, 20th, or 21st. We're in March 15th right now, so it's at the 13th month. So if your birthday, like Jordan's birthday is tomorrow, he's 13 plus 16. That's how I would add up his life path. Plus his year of birth, 19, whatever. And then if you're born in New Zealand or Cape Town, South Africa, September's your first month. And September's the 13th month. If it's September 16th, it would be month number 13 for those of you that are born in the southern hemisphere. But these are actual images of the sun taken on the same day of every month for 12 months. But you got to go 13 to make it a perfect. And if you put the dollar bill sign right there, it makes That's where money comes from. Money's tied to the sun and the moon. The sine wave. This is the monad, Ra, right? So this is the true nature calendar, and we created the 13 months based upon these principles of 28 days per month, based upon the moon cycles. And when you do that and you correlate day number 1 being tied to, for me it's March 20th because I was born, the spring equinox for 1973 is March 20th. So day number 1 for me personally is March 20th. March 20th, 1973 is day number 1 in the Tropic of Cancer. But your year may be different. That's why you got to go look it up. Like if you look up, I don't know, let's go with 34, and you type in spring equinox, I don't know if it's going to give me a different one. March 21st. So your day, if you were born in 1934, your day number 1 is going to be March 21st. So it's important to know what your spring equinox is. And again, if you're born in the southern hemisphere, it's September. So then you correlate, and this is the solar life path, which we go over in the course, in the Spotlight course. Okay? Real images of the sun, this is not CGI. This is real. That's why this is like one of the greatest discoveries for me I've ever found was that right there. And it's given me so much glory in my life, so much truth in my life. Well, Joshua, if you do the numerology of star and rats, it's going to give you the same outcome. It's kind of like the same outcome of the word lived and devil. So using the numerology is kind of, it's a good base. So if we go there, and we type in the word rats, it's going to give us 58, which is the same as the star, right? But it's when you get into the actual mechanics of the word, the letter S, and the letter S is right there. There's the S, right? The sun. Well, what is the 19th card in the tarot? The sun. 19. Is the sun a star? See how you correlate it? Nature, and then tarot, and then numerology. Even the word Ra is 19. Ra's the sun god, and Ra uses that rats, but rats are not stars. The R is going to be the navigator of the word. It's going to push. But it does have some significance because Ra is the leader. Rats in the Chinese are the leaders. The word Elyon in Hebrew, which is the most high in Hebrew, is 58. That's what it's going to give you for the numerology. But rats and stars are completely different words, and you have to treat them as such, despite what the numerical values would be. Because where do you go from here? It's not a prime number. It's under the guise of the 59, which is the 17th prime. So it's under the dictatorship of the 17 and the number 59. And it's classified in groups of 54 through 59. 53 is the prime number below it right there. So 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, and 59 all belong to the 59 being the 17th prime. I mean, if you go and you look at how big this is, 59 is the 17th prime, and there's the star. 59 is the 17th prime, which is the star. And the star is right there. And 58 is owned by the 59, which is the 17th prime, and that's the star card. See how magical the tarot is? Is that why there are 59 rosaries in Catholicism? Maybe. Possibly. Yeah, so star and rats are mirror images of one another, but they have much different meanings. Again, like lived or devil, or evil or live. Way different. Can you be evil when you live out your life? Yeah, of course. But what happens when you're good, when you're the opposite of evil? Well, then the evil and live, they have no merit anymore. Right? So again, it just depends on the letter that navigates that word. So live is L. Let me show you. If you take the phonetics, if we take the letter L, L is the 12, 12 is the 37th prime number. L. How do you say this? L. Well, isn't L the number 7? Yeah, it's just an upside down 7. What is L? L is this, and L is a word for God. There's that 17, the star. L. You know, you may have heard, you watch Stranger Things, 11. L. But that's how you say L. That's how you pronounce it. L. If I put an E on the end of it or beginning of it, it's still L. Right? The vowel. That's why the consonants are so big. Like in Hebrew or the Phoenician, there are no vowels. It's just consonants. You actually are the determining factor on how you pronounce the word. It's going to be the Elohim is actually A-L. Right? Elohim, which is right here, Elohim is Al. See, this is Elohim. Now, the value of this, if we go to Hebrew, is going to be 41. 41 is the 13th prime number. See that? 41 and 13. But Elohim is this. There's El in Hebrew. It's Aleph and Lamed. Aleph and Lamed. They're both 13. Well, then you go back to this, and there's 13 in a cycle. So El means what? It means God. Well, it's tied to the sun because this is in patterns of 13. And there's the 13. And again, Elohim is 41, and 41 is the 13th prime number. Why the 41? Well, maybe the reason why Vatican City sits at 41 degrees north latitude. I wonder if there's anything to do with the Elohim, let us make man in our image. God created heavens and earth. Why does Vatican sit at 41? You think this is an accident? Not a chance. So either they already knew this and planted their building in Italy on purpose to match this up, or we live in a scripted reality. Now, I was born on 41 degrees. My birth city is 41 degrees north. Putnam, Connecticut. This is also, like, if you want to see scripted reality, ladies and gentlemen, how about this one? Try to wrap your mind around this one. What's the 401 area code? 401. Where is it? Rhode Island. Providence. What is this? The Eye of Providence. What is that? Well, it's God. It's on the back of the dollar bill. The Eye of Providence. Well, the only city in the United States that has Providence is Providence, Rhode Island, and it's a 401 area code. Okay. Well, what is up with the 401? Let's look at it from a number. What is 401? It's the 79th prime number. Well, why is that a big deal? What's the 79th element on the periodic table? Well, it's gold. Well, could you think that maybe the Eye of Providence is tied to the sun again? And who chose the 401 area code to represent Providence? I looked it all up. I can't find a genuine answer. AT&T did. When they decided upon, go look up your area code. Do you see how scripted this is? Like, did they purposely do this? Because it's Providence and it's called the Eye of Providence, and 401 is the 79th prime and 79 is gold? I don't know. I mean, if you go to the Gregorian calendar, here's the calendar, and you go to supposedly why the Gregorian calendar is special. Here's January. What's the 79th day of the year? Which is gold, right? Well, January 1st and the 79th day of the year, it's the spring equinox. March 19th or 20th, the spring equinox. What is the spring equinox? When the sun is in this position right here. The spring equinox right here. Makes the dollar bill sign. Is that why they chose January 1st as the first of the year? Because 79 days later is the spring equinox? I don't know. But I think it's kind of interesting, don't you? This whole calendar is magical. It's just, to me, it's not truly in line with how the solar calendar works, personally, I feel. Because this is hydrogen. Number one is hydrogen, which is what the sun is primarily made of, hydrogen and helium. And then 79 is gold, which is the sun's element. So you have the first of the year, the celebration of the Gregorian calendar being tied to the number one. One is hydrogen. Hydrogen is the element of the sun. And 79 days later is the spring equinox, where the sun's giving equal light to both sides of the hemisphere. Don't you find that intriguing? I do. I think it's pretty fascinating. Now, 13's magical, man. Christie's asking about Adonai. Are you speaking about the Hebrew words? Adonai being a word for God, right? Another word for God. El Shaddai. These are words given for God. The El Shaddai, I'm not 100% positive, but Adonai is. God within me is the God within you. I'll tell you this right now. I'll take you on this tour. Watch this. You want to talk Hebrew, right? We'll go to Genesis 4, verses 7. This is the very first time sin is mentioned. And this is the Yod talking to Cain. The very first time sin is mentioned is in Genesis 4, verses 7. So I'm all about these origins, right? Well, what's 47? Well, how about, who is the nation of Israel? Jacob. Jacob was the original, right, of Hebrew. Right? And here it is. Jacob is the nation of Israel. What is the numerology of Jacob? 47. Okay. So is there any correlation here to sin being tied to the nation of Israel? Yeah, of course, because then on top of that, we also have this word called cursed. Cursed in Hebrew. What do you think the numerology is of cursed? 47. There it is, cursed. It's right there, cursed. So cursed is 47. Jacob, which represents the nation of Israel, is 47. And the very first time sin is mentioned is in Genesis chapter 4, verses 7. And when you do the numerology of this word sin, you're going to get the number 40. And 40 is the word darkness. The numerology of, I don't know if this is exactly it. Nope, that's not the right one. It can't be the right one. That's not the right one. Let's go to the Genesis. Here's the darkness. Here we go. It's going to be, that's the true word for darkness, this right here. It's coming from Genesis 1 verses 5. God called the light day and the darkness night. The darkness, right? And this is and you got to go the darkness. So the nominative word, the noun for darkness is this, which is exactly the same as the word sin. The word sin has the same numerical value as darkness. Darkness is the absence of light. Sin is missing the mark. Sin means missing the light. 40. And on top of that, how about the word Sheol, which is the place of the dead? Take a wild guess what the numerology is of Sheol. What do you think that is? 40. So you have the numerical value of Sheol, which is the place of the dead, 40. You have darkness being 40, and you have the word sin being 40. All tied to the 4 and the 7, and Jacob is 47, and cursed is 47. You think this is all just like good coffee and tea conversations? No. Folks, this is the script that's embedded into the Torah code. The words, I am that I am. This is how crazy scripted my life is. Let me show you this. We're going to do I am that I am. I am that I am in Hebrew. Here it is right here. It's going to give us 84. And Israel, the numerology of when they were Israel, there it is, May 14th. If you add those up, you got to do the true nature. I think this is yeah. If you add these up, remember May is the third month. So we're gonna go get a calculator. And we're going to do 3 May plus 14 plus 19 plus 48. What day is that? The founding date of the new Israel. Take a wild guess what that equals. 84. I am that I am. Well, you got to go deeper, right? Then you go to the Hebrew Gematria. That's going to give you 543. And lo and behold, ladies and gentlemen, guess what my Patreon account number is? Decode Your Reality 543. I didn't pick that. I did not pick my Patreon number. It arbitrarily gave it to me. Well, my Patreon's 543. And 543, if you go into the Torah, and you got to go to Genesis chapter 1, verses 12. So I said, okay, what's the 543rd overall letter in the Torah? What would it be? It's this letter right here. You can go fact check it. It's Hey. Hey is the 543rd letter, which is going to be the number 5. So the 543rd letter in the Torah, from Genesis chapter 1 until you go to Genesis chapter 1 verses 12, it becomes the letter Hey. Right there. There's the 543rd letter. And what does it mean? According to its kind. Well, isn't that fascinating because I am that I am. I can be what I will become what I become according to its kind. What does that insinuate? That the Yod imperviates everything according to its kind. The seed. See, the earth brought forth the herb that yields the seed according to its kind. So the 543rd letter in the Torah, starting from Genesis chapter 1, verses 1, becomes the Hey, which is part of the Yod Hey. What does the Yod Hey mean? Well, then you just got to go look at the letters. You just take a look at them, and you got to go to ancient Phoenicia for that. You start looking at this. What is the Hey? There's the Hey right there. It means the window. And there's the man. I will become what I will become. It becomes you. Because the Yod is the arm, the hand that controls you. So what this is signifying is that the Yod becomes anything it wants according to its manifestation. Becomes everything. Now, this is a book that was taken from the Egyptian Book of the Dead. The Torah is. It's nothing new. This book is not original. And you can go all the way back to ancient Samaria and do the clay tablets. That's where this book comes from. So it's nothing new. But that's the code inside these books. It's fascinating, man. And remember that Israel was founded on May 14th. That's the 314. That's pi. Genesis 3 verses 14 is I am that I am. I'll show you again so you can see. Israel was founded on May 14th. That's May is the third month. That's 314. And you know it adds up to 84, and 84 is I am that I am, right? Well, then you go to the scripture that talks about I am that I am. What is that? Genesis chapter 3, verses 14. That's not it. No, it's Exodus, excuse me. Exodus 3, verses 14. That's the serpent. There it is. And God said to Moses, I am who I am. 84. That's May 14th. May is the third month, 314. This adds up to 84. I am that I am is 84 in Hebrew, numerology. It's right there. And what is 314? It's pi, which is the perfect circle, which is time. It's time. And what is time? 47. Remember what that 47 was tied to? Jacob cursed time, which is what? The sine wave. And what is the sine wave tied to? The sun. This is the sine wave. You see it? This is light. Light becomes whatever it wants. That's why if you go to Psalms 84, I am that I am, verses 11, you'll see that it says the Lord God is a sun and shield. The shield's the moon, I would imagine. The Lord God is a sun and shield. Right there. That's why Elohim is 41 and 41 is the 13th prime, and there's 13 months right here to make this sine wave. You see? So it's all pointing to the canopy above. It's not pointing to anything other than that. The sun is fire. There's a masculine aspect of the sun being tied to Mars because Mars is fire. So when the sun moves through the sign of Aries, that's the Lamb of God. When Moses came down the Mount Sinai with the 10 Commandments, he was coming down for the exchange of Taurus into Aries. That's why when he came down the mountain, they were worshiping the golden calf. That's Taurus. And he's like, what are you guys doing, man? These are the new 10 commandments. They're not based on Taurian energy anymore. And he smashes the tablets. They blow the ram's shofar, the ram's horn, because it's Aries energy. Aries is Mars. Mars is the god of war. That's why the Yod is tied to Mars energy. And on the Kabbalah tree, Mars is across from Zeus. Let me show you that. Here it is right here. This is the scripture right here of when the Yod gets his inheritance. See what it says? For the Lord's, this should say Yahweh, for Yahweh's portion is his people. Jacob, we know is cursed, is the lot of his inheritance because he gets it from the Most High. Well, the scripture, Deuteronomy 32 verses 9, that equals 90. That's tied to thorium. Thorium's tied to Thor, the Scandinavian god of war. Exodus 15 verses 3, the Lord is a man of war. The Yod is a god of war. Who is the god of war? Who is Thor? Zeus, the thunderbolts. And on the Kabbalah tree, it's going to be Mars. I don't know if I have this. I don't have it with me, but the proof's in the pudding, man. It's all alchemical. But you can see it's that the Yod got the inheritance, which was the nation of Jacob and Israel. That's what it got. Mars energy, man. Mars and Zeus cross from each other on the tree of the Kabbalah tree. Mars is the left-hand path, which is the path of justice, and it's going to purify you. And the right-hand path is the path of Venus, Zeus, and probably Uranus. The opposite, the right-hand path. And the sun and the moon are supposedly in the middle. The left-hand path, ladies and gentlemen, on the Kabbalah tree is Mercury, which is Loki, which is Prometheus, the trickster. The left-hand path. You probably see in my right hand here. The left-hand path. I'm going to use my right hand, but this is the left-hand path. Mercury, Mars, Saturn. The left-hand path. The path of sin. Right? The left takes from the right. That's why they say, just do the right thing, will you? Why do we say that? Will you just do the right thing? Why don't we say, just do the left thing? Maybe that's what we should say from now on. Just do the left thing. That doesn't make any sense. Doesn't sound right. Just do the right thing. Why not the left thing? Because the sun rises in the east, which is the right side. That's why Jesus says, cast your nets to the right side of the boat. That's where the sun rises. The left side is where the sun sets. And Horus and Set are complete opposites of one another. That's Cain and Abel, by the way. Abel is the rising, Cain is the setting. The reason why Cain murders his brother is because the sun goes down below the horizon and kills the sun. That's it. And in my community, someone pointed out, which I didn't even catch, Cain and Abel is cannibal. It's like it eats itself. It's all in the canopy, man. It's fascinating. But that's why why the nets on the right side of the boat, besides it being the sunrise, but because the right side of your brain is the side of the emotions, where it can hook you, can pull at your heartstrings, Whereas the left side is your side of logic and discernment and doubt. The doubting Thomas. Thomas being the twin brother of Jesus in many accounts. That's why Mercury's tied to the left-hand path. Mercury being the serpent. Prometheus. Opening up the layer of duality. The tree of knowledge is the opposite of the tree of life, but both are necessary because the sun is the tree of life, light, and the tree of knowledge is when it goes down into the underworld. It can't stay in the sky forever, folks. It'd burn up the earth. You can't have 24-hour sun all the time. It would burn up, scorch the earth. You need darkness. These are called the greater light and the lesser light from Genesis, which end up correlating right to the Vesica Piscis. I have some diagrams coming out that will completely knock your socks off. That'll give you new meaning on what the Vesica Piscis is, because it's tied right to time and the sine wave. And the portals and the eclipses, solar and lunar eclipses, are tied right to the sine wave and time. We're time travelers. Right now, we're moving through time. Arizona's got a dog named Loki. That's funny. Oh, I was just doing a presentation on him. Let me show you how scripted that dude is. You guys ready? I'll just do it right now on the fly because I already have it kind of memorized. This is kind of fun. Christopher Hemsworth. Who'd he play? Well, he played Thor. Right? They cast him to play Thor. Well, I just showed you what Thor's tied to. The god of lightning and thunder. Well, look at his name. Do you see the word Christ in his name? I do. Absolutely he has the word Christ in his name. Christopher. Well, wouldn't you know it? He was born on August 11th. Guess where his sun is? It's in Leo. We'll just pull it up right now. Watch. 1983. Let's do this on the fly. August 11th, which is 6/11, 1983. I don't know what time he was born. I'm just going to put in 9:01 a.m. He actually may have his birth time. Let me look and see. Let's see if he has his birth time. No, time unknown. So we'll just put it 9:01, and then he's born in Melbourne. So there's his sun right there in Leo. The sun rules Leo. He was meant to be in the spotlight. He is in the spotlight. He's an actor. And his Venus, who heralds the sun, is in frickin' Leo, along with his Mercury and his moon. Look at these. He's got the big four, all in Leo. The sun, Venus, which heralds the sun, Mercury, which is the twin of Venus, which is the opposite of Venus on the Kabbalah tree, and then the moon, which is the twin of the sun. All of them in Leo. And he gets cast to play Thor. Where's his Jupiter? It's in Scorpio. Conjunct with Uranus, the hammer. Come on, man. I mean, how are they picking these people? I was gonna go look at his wife. She was born on July 18th, and then his card, the August 11th card. Where the hell did it go? Oh, there it is. The August 11th card is the Two of Diamonds, the 28th card, which is tied to Lucifer. Lucifer being tied to the light bringer. So amazing, man. He's got a 2 life path. His solar life path is a 119, which is a 2. Just go on and on, man. I was just looking at how scripted his life is, having the word Christ in his name. Christ meaning the sun. The sun, he's got the sun in Leo. Yeah, come on, man. I know. Then thorium is Jupiter here. I mean, it's just so scripted. This is how I know that we're living in a faded reality, because of these layers that we observe. It's just funny. Oh yeah, and then there's this. That's right. I didn't even do this. That's right. I want to show you that. So Chris Hemsworth was born on August 11th, which is actually 116, because August is the 6th month. So then all you have to do is go to Matthew chapter 1 verses 16. And what does that talk about? It's when Jesus comes on the scene. Jesus. Phonetically, it's Zeus. Jesus. Jesus being tied to Venus. Christ being tied to the sun. He's got his name. He's got Christ in his freaking name. He was born on the 116. Oh, I know. You want to go by the Gregorian? Totally cool. Let's do the 118. What's the numerology of Christos from the original Greek? Take a wild guess what that is. What do you think that is in the original Greek? Freaking 118, which is his birthday on the Gregorian calendar. His name is Christopher, Christos. His sun is in Leo with his Venus. Jesus is Venus. Christ is the sun. He's got it right there in plain view sight. And Christos is 118, and that's his Gregorian birthday. This dude was meant to play this character and be a superstar and be an actor and be this handsome dude who is an actor on the world stage. Hollywood. What do you think Hollywood's longitude is? Take a wild guess what that is. Some of you already know. 118. Hollywood makes movies. Movies entail light. Well, it's got the 34 there. What's 34? You just go to the periodic table. Well, it's going to be the moon. Selenium. There it is right there. The moon is the false light. The moon is the cold light. So it's the moon of Christ. Jesus being the sun and moon, Horus and Set, Cain and Abel, the greater light and the lesser light. It's the sun and moon. Selenium is the Selene, the moon. It's so scripted, this reality that we live in. It's ridiculous. It's a joke, man. This reality is a joke. It's so scripted. Yeah, I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, this is what I do all day. That's why I have a lot of this stuff memorized. I was going to do a whole presentation on that because it's so ridiculous. And if you take a 360-degree wheel and you overlay it onto astrology, the 116, 117, 118, 119, that's all going to be in the sign of Leo. Not in tropical, because tropical is not accurate with the canopy. Edward says, question, what if someone's code is a direct geometric structure? Well, it is. It would be. When you take these esoteric layers of astrology, numerology, the cards, the medicine cards, the tarot, and it's a layer and layer and layer and layer, and all of these things are frequency. All of these can be measured. I can weigh it. I can measure it. I can look at the colors. It gives off this is just black and red, but it gives off colors. Colors have frequency to it. We're living in an electromagnetic spectrum. I'll give you guys and gals a big truth bomb since I'm kind of on a roll tonight. Let me see if I can find it. I'll give you the biggest bomb you've ever seen. Give me 1 second. Let me see if I can find it. I know I can, but well, maybe I don't have it. Hold on 1 second. Let's see if I can find it. I don't know why it's holding up, but maybe not. I was gonna give you guys a big bomb, but for some reason my computer is freezing up. Let me see if I can't. Give me 1 sec. I think it's right here. No. I don't know what I did with it. I think I moved it. Yeah, I think I moved it. So I won't be able to show you it. Anyways, it was a big one. Wah, wah, wah. Oh, hang on. I think I found it. Let me show you these 3 slides. I'll freak some of you people out. All right, here we go. You guys ready for a big bomb? Here we go. So maybe you've never seen this before. The morning time or the evening when the sun's going down, it's called the golden hour. Well, see, this is why esoterically Venus, especially in the morning time, Venus is the star that heralds the sun. Venus's element is called copper. And this sunset is a copper-based color. Venus, copper. It heralds the sun. And what it makes is frequency. Specifically, it tells you the sun's coming, right? When you see this image of Venus in the sky and it has this color of copper, you'll now know why it's tied to the element copper and how big these elements are, but it's tied to the sun. And, you know, it's just fascinating because I already showed you guys this image, which is right here. Going back to it again, right here. These are real images of the sun taken on the same day of every month. Just so you know, I'm not trying to get one past you. So we put them all together, and this is what the sun does. This is the crown of thorns that goes around the earth. It's the crown of thorn that Jesus wears. Right? This is what the sun does. Well, my smiley face is, I was born on a Sunday, and my logo fits right there. Just things that I noticed. And this is the sine and cosine wave. We covered this in the XRP Decoded. And what this does is it makes this. This is what the electromagnetic field is. It creates the magnetic field and the electric field. This is physics now, right? So you're talking about nature with physics and then astronomy and alchemy. Copper being the element of Venus. Venus heralds the sun. Venus to me is Jesus. I am the bright morning star. There it is. There's the bright morning star telling you the sun's coming. It's also Lucifer, the light bringer. Venus tells you the light's coming. Here comes the sun. And when the sun comes, it creates this electromagnetic wave. And this is the wave that we're stuck in. This is the soul trap, the sine wave, the electromagnetic field. Well, the big truth bomb that I can tell you, which I would imagine the majority of you have never seen before, is this. See, this is a real image of a Venus flytrap. And Venus is the planet of love. Well, if you haven't seen it yet, what does this look like? It's an electromagnetic field. It's right there. You can't miss it. This is this. Physics fashioned around nature. And this is the cosmic vagina. This. And this is what the sun does, along with the moon. It makes this. And the Venus tells you the sun, it moves in this pattern. It moves in a pattern of 5. And the reason why the Venus flytrap looks like the electromagnetic wave is because it eats you alive. You'll die in this thing. Just like a Venus flytrap, if a little bug goes in there and it closes, that bug is gonzers. It's the electromagnetic waves. We're stuck in this light wave. People say, I'm somebody of light. Yeah, but you're stuck in the Venus flytrap. The reason why I say love is the trap for everybody is it's fashioned around nature, and it's fashioned around physics, and it's fashioned around cosmology, and it's fashioned around nature. And I'm telling you, the Venus flytrap is this electromagnetic field. And it eats you alive. That's why Venus is called the Queen of Heaven. And the Christos is the sun. Light, which watches everything. The electromagnetic waves. And this electromagnetic wave, this right here, is time. This is the sine wave. It's this. And I told you sine wave and is the same numerical value as cursed and Jacob, the nation of Israel, tied to this, because it's this. And this is a carnivorous plant. And it's tied to love. That's why love is the trap. When you fall in love, you're trapped. What I mean by that is when you start to have feelings for somebody, you get trapped. Because now you'll feel guilty. Like if they ask you, can you help me? And you say, piss off. I would imagine the majority of you, if someone asks you for help and they're close to you, you'll help them. You're trapped because love is the trap. When you get into a relationship with somebody, when they suffer, you suffer. When you go through a breakup, it's the worst pain in the world. Love is the trap. And if you're not in love and you have a business that you love and the business goes bankrupt, you get emotionally reactive towards it. You get trapped by the emotions of the business that had to go bankrupt. So if it's not a person, it's going to be an idea that you thought was going to come to fruition and you got depressed because it didn't happen. And you suffer because of that depression. Or you had this business that had to go belly up and you lost a whole bunch of money and you went through all this turmoil. You got trapped with that. Or you have a child with somebody, an ex, and you have to pay alimony and you're trapped because of that. Or you're trapped because you had to bury your dog or cat and you're going through this emotional depression because you had 15 years with the dog or cat. I'm telling you, ladies and gentlemen, love is the trap. That's why the Venus flytrap looks like the electromagnetic spectrum. And we're in the light game. You see me because if I turn off all the lights, you can't see me. You're going to hear my voice, but you're now taking away from one of the senses. You have all the senses going on right now. Right now, you're hearing me, you're seeing me, and you're probably getting an emotional reaction to what I'm saying. Some of you don't like what I'm saying. Oh, you're looking at it the wrong way. It's not a trap. Love's not a trap. Yes, it is. That's how I see it. It's beautiful. It's magnificent. It's the greatest feeling in the world, falling in love. You get your oxytocin on turbocharge. It's the greatest feeling in the world. Absolutely. Those are all the perks. The perks and perks and perks of love and love. But that's why the monks and the Buddhists that detach from reality, they forego all that stuff. They surrender to, I'm not going to attach myself. Buddha says attachment is the root of all suffering. That's love. Attachment is the root of all suffering. Expectations, attachment, that's why the monks don't have anything. Because when you own things, you suffer because of those things. Yes, they give you joy and pleasure. It's a yin-yang principle. Absolutely. And this, what I'm telling you, is not a popular way to look at life. You would think it's pessimistic. And some of you are calling me names and swearing at me and saying I'm this and I'm that. That's fine. I told you already, my truth is not cookie cutter. It's just not. I'm a gratitude junkie. I'm grateful for my life. I live in a life of gratitude because I'm here and I have to live out my life. And yes, I love things. So am I in the trap position? Absolutely. Of course. Who isn't? Who isn't trapped by way of love? Everybody is. So it's inevitable. But I'm telling you, the next time, and I got scorned for this, man, just by saying this about the whole animal and relate. The next time you want to go date somebody, I'm telling you right now, you're guaranteed to have drama. You're going to argue, you're going to fight, you're going to suffer. Are you still going to go do it? A lot of you will still go do it, and that's totally fine. I'm saying using critical thinking with logic, if you go get that puppy or cat, you're going to probably watch it die. If you're okay with that, go get the puppy or cat. If it's worth it to you, then go do it. But realize that you're going to go through that emotional turmoil, and you wouldn't be a human being if you didn't go through it. And if you get into that relationship, I promise you're going to have issues. You're going to have drama that I know you wouldn't sign up for. You're not going to say, yeah, I want to get into a relationship with you, but we better argue every weekend. Who says that? Nobody does. You would probably say, I never want to argue. And I know some of you are going to say, we don't ever argue. Yeah, but you sacrifice. And I know you're just thinking about how you're not happy in certain areas because life's not bulletproof that way. So here we go. So you are misconfused almost everything. That's your truth. Not mine, man. It's okay. I'm just merely giving you what I see through my observations. That's it. I've done the marriage thing. I've done the relationships. I know what it feels like to be in love. I know what it feels like to be an emotional person. And I still am. I still care about people. I've been there, done there, all that kind of stuff. So I'm not somebody who just says, yeah, I know what you mean. No, I've lived it. I've lived through depression. I've lived through anxiety. I've lived through stress. I've gone to prison. I've been married 3 times. Have I done it all? No, I haven't. I don't have any children, so I don't know what that feels like. But I know what my mom feels like. And I see my mom, my mother suffered when I grew up. Just because she's a mom. It comes with the package. Why does suffering come with having a child? Why does suffering have to happen? Because I know you don't sign up for it, right? Like if you had to have a baby and say, yeah, I want to have this baby, but I do not want to suffer with the baby. Would you say, yes, I want to check that off the box? Every single one of you would say yes. You would. You wouldn't say, yeah, you know what? I want to suffer a little bit. You wouldn't sign up for it. You wouldn't. You would not choose suffering. That's my point. But it's inevitable that you will. because that's the way human beings are. So all I'm postulating here is, now that you know going into it that you're going to suffer if you do certain things in your life, especially when you attach things, when you get things. The more you have, the more chances are that you'll probably suffer. Because the more you got to worry about more. If you have 5 cars, you got to insure all 5 cars. You have to garage probably all 5 cars, or store the 5 cars, because you're not going to drive them all at the same time. It's going to cost you more money for the upkeep. If you have all the money in the world, it doesn't matter. But there's still added stress to owning 5 cars versus owning 1 or owning 0. So it's a paradox, right? Because we want the nice things. But then owning these things, it causes stress in your life. That's why the monks and the Buddhists, which that way of living the simple life, it's boring, yes, to a lot of people, but there's the least amount of drama in your life. That's all I'm saying. Anyway. Lack McTaught says, love is not desire. I completely disagree. Love is desire. Your feelings are what you desire, your feelings. Otherwise, you wouldn't have them. When you love an animal, that's your desire to do so. That's the cord that attaches you to your animal. That's the desire. Like, I think I'm going to go buy the best dog food I can for my animal. That's the desire to do it. Why would you buy the best dog food? I want what's best for my dog. So I'm going to spend the extra money. That's desire. Why are you doing that? Because I love my dog. Love and desire are together. They're in bed together. Completely in bed together. Now, you don't have to agree with me, but I would love to hear your evidence of saying desire is not love and love is not desire. I would love to hear your evidence of it. So you say suffering is just a pathway to beauty. Why do I have to suffer to get to beauty? I mean, I would agree with you that some people land at beauty by way of suffering. But why do you have to suffer to experience beauty? Why can't you just experience beauty without suffering? I can look at a flower. I can look at a rose bush. I can look at the ocean and marvel at its beauty and I don't have to suffer. There's no suffering when I look at I live a block from the beach. I go to the beach, I look at the ocean, the Caribbean here is beautiful. I don't suffer when I look at the water. Why do I have to suffer to experience beauty? How come I can't just experience beauty? What's the purpose of the suffering? I mean, once you know not to touch the hot stove, you never touch it again, right? Once you see somebody touch their hand on a hot stove, you're like, shit, I'm never doing that. You'll never do it. No suffering. Lesson learned. Some people have to learn by touching it. But everybody's path's different. So if you feel like you have to suffer to find your beauty, then that's your truth, not mine. And I would just say go with that. Because I don't agree. Because I don't think you'd sign up for suffering if you had a choice. Matter of fact, I know you wouldn't. If you could pick your life, if you could pick your next life, like if you could have a piece of paper in front of you and write down everything, if you could narrate a character in your next life, I doubt you would pick any suffering in it. Like, yeah, I want to get stabbed. I want to get gang stalked. I want to get raped. I want to get in this big fight and lose my arm. I doubt you'll ever pick that. Yeah, Arizona Lane, you suffer on the beach when the mosquitoes attack. For sure. But again, now I know not to go out on the beach when there's a full moon. No, I'm not afraid of truth, bro. I just gave you my truth. I'm the least person afraid of it. I'm very vulnerable, and I put my truth out there, and I'm doing it right now. I'm not afraid of, I just told you my truth. So you're mistaken. Not me. Steph the Phoenix says, remove love and gain what? Well, you're never going to remove your love. How would you remove love in your life? Let's give an example, right? So let's say you remain single and celibate for the rest of, maybe let's say you go be a monk in the mountains of Tibet. Do you get rid of love? No, you end up falling in love with being a monk in the mountains of Tibet. You love the way of life of being a monk, of detachment. There always will have to be some kind of emotional factor attached to what you're doing in your life. So you look at the variables of, if you were to go live in the mountains of Tibet at a monastery and become a monk, what kind of freedom would you get with that? Well, I don't know what you would see. I would imagine living in those areas, you're cut off from the world quite a bit. You know, they shave their head. They all look the same. They wear the orange jumpsuits, or they wore a similar kind of clothing, so nobody stands out. So everybody fits in. But do you lose your sense of love? How is that even possible? I don't think that's possible. El Salvador in the house. So here's your comment again. You say, you can't think your way to truth. You got to feel it. Well, it's both. How would you not think your way to truth? I mean, do you think about what I'm saying, or do you feel it? And you probably would say both. Well, you got to listen to me. And when you listen to me, these holes in your head go to your brain, and your brain is the thinker, the receiving station. Unless you have some other scientific way of looking at it. So if your way of life is, I want to suffer, I think suffering is my path to beauty, but by all means, go do that. I don't have the final answer in your life. And it's scripted anyway, so you're living out your truth. It doesn't really matter. Marcus Aurelius, 8888, what is the whole point of all this? Well, I have a million different postulations of that. So if you want to talk about Loosh, we did a whole presentation on that over on the Patreon. We did the Loosh Decoded. I'll just show you one slide using numerology. We'll just use the English. Loosh. 69. What is 69? Yin Yang. What is the Yin Yang? Light and dark. Are we not in the light and dark game? Like right now in Mexico, it's 10:40 p.m. There's no light outside. It's pitch black. I mean, yeah, you got the stars in the sky, but it's black. So that's what 69 is. Yin Yang. And then if I go to the tarot, what's the 69th card? Look at this. If you know what this card is, and this is tied to Loosh, this is the card of the yin yang. These people are suffering outside, but salvation is just behind them. It's the good and the bad. So what is Loosh tied to? The good and the bad. It's everything. Your entire being is being harvested. Your emotions, your feel-good emotion, your depression, anxiety, stress, joy, bliss. The idea behind the Loosh, and then the evidence with the decode was that everything that you experience by way of your emotions is being harvested. And then the foundation of like, why would it be harvested? And again, this is theoretical, right? I can't prove any of this, only other than offer you evidence of the presentations. I am in the truth of we live in a battery. Positive, negative. Positive, negative. Positive, negative. Positive, negative. Why do we have 2 arms, 2 legs, 2 brains, the left and right hemisphere, 2 eyes, 2 ears? Why? What is with the 2? Duality, 69, yin yang. What is the first letter of Genesis? Bet, which is the second letter. Why not Aleph? Why is the first letter of the Torah the letter Bet? Because it's the letter B, which is duality, the binary system. That's what we live in. We live in a world of good and evil. And it's unconditional love. Everything is allowed here. And as you experience the unconditional love that's given to you, which is why everything is allowed, you're being harvested for your emotional energy, your reactions to your experiences. And essentially, that's why we have cells in the body. You have trillions of cells. What's inside of a battery? Cells. Where do you go if you get into trouble? You get put in a prison cell where you're trapped. Why do prisoners wear the color orange typically? Why do monks wear the color orange typically? What's up with the color orange? Well, monks is about liberation, and when you were a prisoner, you're trapped. You're in prison. Completely different outlets using the same color. Orange is the only color that has the word Ra in it. Why? Why the color orange is tied to the sacral? Sacral is where you have sex. The genitals is the sacral. Not the root, the sacral. That's procreation. But the Lush energy, the foundation of it is based upon your emotions. That's the whole idea about it. I did a whole presentation on it, and the guy who originated it, the idea of Lush, he was scripted to make this whole terminology up, coined the word Lush. Well, now you can see how powerful it is in the English language. It becomes the 69, which is the yin yang. It's light and darkness. Well, Christy, if you go to Adonai, the original Hebrew, there's no AI in there. Oops, why am I having a hard time? So we have to go to the original word, right? So the original word is this. There's the original word. Aleph, Daleth, Nun, and Yod. Aleph, Daleth, Nun, and Yod. Adonai. Now in Kabbalahism, usually what they'll tell you is the capstone of the letter, the word, the last letter, it means the possession of it. This directs the energy. This is the possession of the word, right? And that's theoretical layers based upon Jewish mysticism. But it gives us the 29. And 29 is copper. Adonai, 65, this numerology is tied to Mercury, Hermes in Greek. But it's the owner. So there's no AI in the original word, because the A is here and the I is here. A-D-N-I. Right? Adonai. And again, it was just to remove the pronunciation of the holy name. That's it. That's all it was used for. This whoever this person is, Locke Mitot, whatever, love is being everything without exception. Well, that's what creates our reality is love. Why do you think I do these podcasts for hours on end? Because I love doing them. So it's unavoidable. So when you say avoidance is something for cowards, that's absurd. That doesn't make any sense. Because you can't avoid love. You love what you do. Your statement makes zero sense. You can't avoid love. Anyway. And this is the last thing I'll entertain with this person. This person says, the point is, you don't live fully if you avoid pain. How does that even make sense? So you have to have pain in your life to live a full life. That doesn't make any sense to me. But again, it's your truth. So if that's what you end up adopting as your truth, well, that's all. Then you need to go do that. I completely disagree. Because again, I know that if you had a checklist off, I know you don't wake up and say, I think I'll argue with my partner today. I think I'm going to freaking just hammer him today. I think I want to suffer today. No, I already know that you would not pick suffering if you had a choice. So you're wired not to choose suffering. So your statement, you completely contradict your statement. It doesn't make any sense. Yeah, Christy, this makes sense. I've had enough pain. I'm living fully without it. Yeah, exactly. I don't think there's one of you here that would actually sign up for suffering and pain tomorrow if you had a choice. I would bet my life that 100% of you, if you could map out your life tomorrow with a checklist, none of you would pick any pain and suffering. No, thank you. I mean, you're just going to wake up. Yeah, I think I'll go get a cold tomorrow. I think I want to have strep throat tomorrow. I think I want a car to run me over tomorrow so I can go in the hospital. I think I want to get into a relationship and have that person completely break my heart. I think I'll sign up for that. It's unavoidable, though. We don't get to pick. We don't get to choose. My truth is, with evidence to back it up, you live through fate and destiny. You don't have to agree with that, but that's what the forensics shows it. So someone else says but it's a paradox. Pain leads to self-improvement. Absolutely it can. I'll never do that again. But are there things in life that don't involve pain that give you self-improvement? That's my whole point. Are there things in your life that do not involve suffering that give you self-improvement? Yes or no? Well, the answer would be yes if you're being authentic. So which one would you pick? Would you pick the one that gives you pain for self-improvement or the one that doesn't give you pain and you get the same self-improvement? Which one would you rather have? I already know 100% of you, if you're being authentic with yourself, you would choose the one that doesn't give you pain. So while I agree with you, it's a paradox because pain does give you self-improvement. If you had a choice between having it or not having it to get the self-improvement, I know 100% of you would choose the no pain to get the self-improvement. Arizona Lane says, what if picking the pain meant experiencing the most profound love? Life is a paradox. Well, again, I mean, think of it this way. Which one would you pick? I don't deny or debate or belittle any of the situations or truths that all of you have here, obviously. Ultimately, it comes down to what you experience, your code, your life, not mine. I'm simply postulating the aspect of being able to reach a certain layer in life or a certain goal in life. And to get there, do you want to get there through pain or do you want to get there without the pain? And I know all of you would choose, I want to get there without the pain. And the journey is the experience on getting there. It's like, you go snowboarding or skiing. You're going down a mountain and you're just in awe and bliss. You're making first tracks on the snow. No one's even gone down this area of the mountain. And you have the greatest day. It's beautiful. It's sunny. You're making fresh tracks in the powder. You get all the way down into the down at the mountain. You finish your day. You go home. You feel amazing. You remember all these visuals. You maybe took some pictures of it. And then you go back the next day. But this time, you wipe out. You wipe out so bad that you go under the snow and you get trapped under the snow. Someone rescues you hours later and you almost died. That's a complete opposite of the day before. And if I go back and say, hey, which one would you rather go and redo? Day number 1 or day number 2? Who here is going to pick day number 2 of where you almost died? Nobody. Nobody would pick day number 2. Where's the beauty in it? I know that there's going to be beauty in it, but compared to day number 1, there's no comparison. I'd rather just go repeat day number 1. And I know you would too. None of you would pick day number 2. But day number 2 happens for people. And maybe day number 2 happened to that person and they'll never snowboard again because they're deathly afraid from the trauma. Maybe the trauma, maybe that whole incident saved their life from maybe an avalanche a week later. They would have gone to the mountain a week later and they would have gotten killed. I don't know. It's possible. So there's an answer, there's a reason to everything, but I'm merely postulating this, that if you had a choice between the 2 stories, I know you're not picking story number 2. I already know none of you are. I know none of you sign up for arguments with your partner. You probably have said this. I didn't sign up for this. You get angry and you get into this argument and you get pissed and you're like, I didn't sign up for this. That's right. But that's what you got. But you didn't want it. So where's the learning in a relationship? Through the struggle and through the I didn't sign up for this, or you're being an asshole and I have to, or you're fighting. Is there growth in that, or is there growth in hanging out and experiencing great communication and having great company? Which one is you going to experience growth through? Well, both, of course, but which one would you pick? The one where there's no arguments and debating. That's the one everybody would pick every single time. That's what I'm saying. You're not wired to pick the suffering. So is there growth through suffering? Sure, but you're not wired to pick it. That's my point. I don't know what this person's, what is your, Loco says, I don't know if this is to me. Oh, you still want to try to prove me wrong, and you're right if I had done that to you. I don't know I'm probably missing some of your comment. It's Abuelo Loco. I don't know. I don't know if you're referring to me. Oh, it's to someone else. Okay. Thanks, Pamela. Someone's asking about my on determinate. Well, I'm a determinist. Stoic philosophy is maybe a different thing, but determinism, for sure. Determinism is fate and destiny. There's so much evidence. I have yet to see any evidence pointing away from fate and destiny. I just don't see any evidence against it. Free will is an illusion. Do we have any of it? I like to think so, but there's no evidence of it. I mean, let me ask you this. What would be your best I'll ask anybody here. What would be your best evidence that you could present to show that you have free will? I would love to hear some of your responses. Now, I can talk about my own experiences, which I have so many times. I did a whole presentation on Free Will Decoded if you want to go and check it out. Let me see if I can find it so I can just put it in the link for all of you. That's right here. So I'll just show you a couple slides and then I can leave the link for you. I did a presentation on this free will, right? And the neuroscience, the brain and the neuroscience behind free will kind of smashes it to pieces. Number one, you have the readiness potential. Benjamin Libet, which he was scripted. I included him in the presentation. He shows that there's a surge of activity in the motor cortex milliseconds before people decide to move. The readiness potential kind of shatters the whole free will thing. They're premeditated by the brain before we consciously choose. So they measure the brain activity to back that up. And as it says, the brain makes a decision milliseconds or even seconds before the individual is consciously aware of deciding. It's called readiness potential. So I went through this whole presentation. I went through the Greeks talking about fate and destiny. It's called mora and proeresis. This is fate, and this would be what I would think is your free will, which is how you react to the situation that's happening to you. How do you react to situations that happen to you in life? Do you consciously sit there and know what you're reacting to or how you're reacting? Or do you just react and go with what you're feeling? I mean, if you go and study these ancient texts, talked about these, use theology, right? Look like Pharaoh, right? Pharaoh's heart. You think Pharaoh had a choice of keeping the Israelites slaves? Well, it says right in the Bible that God hardened his heart. Meaning he changed his movements. And how about Pontius Pilate and the crucifixion? Pontius Pilate didn't choose. What about the betrayal of Jesus and the story of Judas? Where did it say Judas had a choice? Jesus said that one of you will betray me before it ever happened. That's premeditation. And then what about the participation of Satan entering into Judas when Jesus hands Judas the sop, which is the bread dipped in oil, and then Satan entered into him? If Jesus did not give Judas the sop, Satan would have never entered into him, which means that Jesus was part of the participation, which means that even Jesus, the story and the man, didn't have a choice of participating, because if he didn't hand Judas the sop at the table, Satan never would have entered into Judas. If this event didn't happen, there would be no betrayal. But Jesus foretold, meaning he predicted it. He not only predicted it, he was part of it. And he was not only part of it and predicted it, but where did it say that Judas had a choice? Because Jesus says, one of you will betray me. Who's it going to be? They're all asking, who's it going to be, Master? Who's it going to be? Doesn't tell you. Well, it doesn't say that Judas had a choice. According to Jesus, Judas did not have a choice. He had to betray in order for everything to go down where Pontius Pilate ends up putting him into the crucifixion. All of these events in the Bible, allegorical of course, are all layers of the proof of predestination and not having free will. See, there's no way to prove that these things really happened. They're stories. But your life, is your life a story? Yes, your life is a story. Can you prove some of the things that happened in your life? You can definitely show people the videos and the pictures, and it really happened. I have eyewitnesses. I know people say, well, there was eyewitnesses back then. Yeah, but they're thousands of years old. They're allegorical. So that is the information on the free will that it's why I'm a determinist. And then when I've done all the forensic decoding, and I have over 800 videos now showing over and over and over and over that people don't have choices, that's enough evidence for me with the neuroscientific studies to show that we are living through destination. Leviathan says, Leviathan says, I believe we exist as a dream within God's mind. I think that's absolutely an amazing theory to think about. We have a presentation called Life is But a Dream. We broke it all down. You know that song, row, row, row your boat gently down the stream? Merrily, 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 life is but a dream. Broke that whole thing down. That we're in the dream of the cosmos. It's dreaming you up. You know, I heard this really cool part of a song. The lyrics, it goes something like this: Time created you so it can watch itself decay. Time created you so it can watch itself decay. It's pretty amazing. But we did all this. We did the free will, and then we did You Are God. We covered this presentation, showing that you're a non-player character. I know some of you, no, I'm not a non-player. Not what this says. What is a non-player character? You're not in control. Non-player. I mean, this is what theology says. Know ye not that your body is the temple of the Holy Spirit, which is in you, which ye have of God, and ye are not your own? That means you're not in control. The numerology backs it up. 63, 63, 63. Non-player character. I broke all this down in this with mathematics, numbering sequences, pattern recognitions, all of it. Even the dude that discovered melatonin, he was scripted to discover melatonin. Aaron Lemur, which is tied to the pineal gland. The pineal gland is tied to the wake and sleep cycles. Even he was scripted. His birth cards match the numerology of pineal gland. See, if you don't have these tools, then you're missing out. You wouldn't have the eyes to see these layers. See, myself and so many other people have the tools. So unless you have the tools, you can't dismiss what we're saying. Melatonin is a big deal because melatonin is what turns off and on when you go to sleep and wake up. That's why the numerology matches. Are we in a simulation? Yeah, you're in a simulation, all right. You're being used and you're entertainment, and you are God and God is you. So we covered all this. That's why this is your brain if you cut it in half. The eye of providence. Covered all this, folks. It's all a big Ponzi scheme, man. All the deities fit in here. All the stories fit in here. There's someone in my head, but it's not me. Roger Waters, Pink Floyd. What is it tied to? The stranger in your brain. It's all chemistry, numerology. These are the tools that were given to me. I didn't find them. They were given to me to create these slides to show you that you're not in control of your life. You just got to enjoy the ride. It's not a bad thing. Like, the greatest thing for me is I've realized I can pedal and let go of the handlebars. Surrender. The divine's using me as a tool. And my life is not cookie cutter. So again, when I say my truths, they're not all for you. Don't listen to anything I say. It's irrelevant. You're going to go live your life tomorrow. Has any more Zoom happened? I'm not doing, this is the challenge that we have with the Zoom, folks. I'm just being honest, right? Is that I can't, it's hard to moderate how long somebody talks, what they're going to talk about. Can the audience, like last week we had Edward come in and I was completely lost. And I saw the numbers just drop off. This is supposed to be entertainment for people. So people are supposed to be, and not that he didn't have value. So what I want to do is create where people, or decoders can come in, and I'm going to create that where we get a collection of people, and that's what we're going to do. But bringing people in just arbitrarily and trying to, it was tough, man. It's just tough. It's challenging. So I want to do that purposely, just not tonight. Sam Matheson says, so what if I'm scripted to do something unpredictable? Well, define unpredictable. Be careful, Sam, by your comments. I'm just warning you. So you're saying, so what if I'm scripted to do something unpredictable? How would you be able to support that? And even if you throw that question out, what's unpredictable? Give me an example. What would be unpredictable? And if you're scripted to do something unpredictable, then so be it. I mean, whatever it is, what it is. Chainsaw, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Realize the Self says this is a dream. I concur in so many ways. That's the best, because there was something, let me see if I can find it. Has any of you watched Ozark? Have you guys ever watched Ozark? Watched it a few times. Anybody else here watch Ozark? So there was a big episode, season 4, episode 10, right here. And Marty he has to go to Mexico. If you don't know what Ozark is, he's a money launderer and he's working for a cartel boss, Jason Bateman. Anyway, he goes to Mexico. He has to pretend like he's the boss. He has to go, the boss is in jail, so he takes over the position. He goes to Mexico and he's trying to get some guy that's ratted. He's trying to get some truth out of him, so they're beating him up and all that kind of stuff. And after a long day, he goes and sits on the steps, and the priest, the father of the mob boss, the cartel boss, who's a killer, goes and sits outside on the step with Marty. And he ends up asking him about God and love. And he says to Marty that love has to be unconditional. Because if love is not unconditional, then it's transactional. Transactional meaning if it's conditional, meaning there's a transaction between the condition on the love that you put on you and everybody else that's in your life. Like, I'm going to do something for you because I'm going to get something in return. That's conditional. That's transactional. So the reason why he talks to Marty about this is because Marty asks him, how can you be a priest and work for a killer? And he says something so profound. He ends up saying, I go where God calls me. And of course, Marty can't really understand that. It's like, what do you mean? That's a complete paradox, a contradiction. But if you get it, you get it. And basically what he's saying is that that's why everything's allowed in this reality. This reality is unconditional love. So is God with the mob boss? The idea behind this whole narration of this was yes. Well, wait a minute. How can God be behind a mob boss who kills people? Well, where's the evidence to show that God is not unconditional love? Because as far as we know, from the time I was born into this world, that's the only thing we know. And the historicity that we read is that everything is allowed. Where is there a time of written history where it says that things were not allowed or things didn't happen? As far as we know, there's been natural disasters since mankind's been writing down history. There's been wars. There's been pestilence. So the idea behind unconditional love and God, if there is a deity, the idea is it's unconditional love and it's in everything. And I talked about earlier, if you talk about Judaism, which a lot of you are influenced by, if you're raised in any kind of religion or whatever, Christian being Judaism, it's the same thing. It's just packaged differently. because you can't take the Old Testament away from the New Testament. Well, I already showed you the hidden code. If you want to go watch that, go watch in the beginning of this. I showed you what the Yod-Hey means. And I showed you what the I am that I am, or I will become what I will become, means through that lens of Judaism. I'm not saying it's the authority, but what that means through that lens of Judaism. And then you couple that with this story in Ozark. And God, I will become whatever I will become. I'm in everything. So if there's a priest that goes and works for a cartel boss, the priest goes there because I assign that priest to go to that boss. And of course, the mob boss goes and does his Hail Marys and confessions, and through that lens. And then there are going to be people who say, oh, you can't do that. That's wrong because it's not my way. Catholicism is a crock of shit because I'm Christian or I'm Baptist. So they're wrong and I got it right. Says who? Says me. Great. But that doesn't mean you're right. Because there's no evidence of nothing other than unconditional love in this reality. And what is unconditional love? Everything is allowed. The good, the bad, and the ugly. And I don't see it any other. There's no evidence of it any other way. There's stories about what may happen. But if you remove those stories, and I'm talking about the Bible, if you remove the Bible, those stories don't exist. And you could easily postulate that being a book of control. So you'll be domicile. So you'll have this wish and desire and not make any moves in your life. And just get in line and be in order. There's that layer of thinking that people say is true. Sam says, as a Scorpio, I don't know what you mean as a Scorpio. What do you mean by that? Everybody's a Scorpio. It seems I don't follow a script. I'm very confident. I could decode your life. Matter of fact, I know it. And I'm not being cocky. Just because I've done it so many times now. I could show you your script easily. Just like anybody else. I could show you why you're doing the things you're doing. Without any shadow of a doubt. It's like telling Eddie Van Halen, hey, play me a guitar solo. You think he's going to be able to break? Well, he's dead now, but if he was still alive and you said Eddie Van Halen was sitting in your living room, play me an amazing guitar solo. Do you think he's not going to be able to do it? No, he's going to be able to do it. So I'm telling you, I'm just that person where I could decode your life and show you the script playing out where you don't have a choice. I'm very confident with that. Because I've been doing it a long time. Oh, I'm sure you'd love if you did. I'll take a few questions, then we're going to pull some tarot cards and get out of here. I can't even pronounce your long avatar. I apologize. 1331. May you explain how you made the 1.61 alchemology cipher? So if we go to the Decoder website, if you want to get into decoding, you can go to the Decoda, DEKODA.co, not .com, .co/decoding. This is a free website. There are no memberships. We have the most ciphers out of anybody on the internet. There is not a website that has more than us, unless they've copied this one. We have the most. We got Russian, Arabic, Greek, the modern and ancient, isopsophy, Hebrew, Gematria, Atbash. I even have the Hebrew golden ratio, What does that mean? I took the Hebrew alphabet and we just took the 1.618033988. We took that, the string and the golden ratio, and we just connected it to Aleph and Bet and Gimel and Daleth and Hey, and just went all the way through. So we have the 1.61 Hebrew. You're not going to find these ciphers anywhere else. Well, unless somebody copied them. So the alchemology, the 1.61 alchemology, it's taking the golden ratio. See, the golden ratio, I don't know why my internet's screwing up here. The golden ratio is 1.6180, right? So if we go to the alchemology, the first element on the periodic table is hydrogen. Hydrogen has an atomic weight of 1. So A is 1. B on the golden ratio is 6. 1.6. So what is the sixth element? Well, it's carbon. What is carbon's weight? 12. So the second letter becomes 12. The third letter in the golden ratio, 1.61. So it's hydrogen again, so it's 1. 1.618. What is 8 on the periodic table? Oxygen. What is oxygen's most stable isotope? 16. Right here. There it is, 16. See the percentage? 16. So, what is the fourth? 8. And what is 8? 16. So that's how we did that. So that's what alchemology means. So we have the alchemology for that cipher. And then we have the alchemology for Chaldean, English, Pythagorean, the prime alchemology, prime ciphers. There's a ton of ciphers that you can use. So that's how we created it. And I'm about ready to revamp that decoder. I have to reach out to I have a coder that is going to make that more improved because there's some quirks in the decoder website that need to get fixed. It's on a WordPress site, and I'm okay. I've designed all that stuff, but that's as far as I can go. I can't do any kind of Python or C# or I don't have the knowledge base to do that. Even JavaScript, I can change stuff, but creating a whole website. See, now the challenge is, ladies and gentlemen, if you're going to use these ciphers, I'm going to suggest you use one. And then you can branch off and start connecting things. Instead of just having all these ciphers open and saying, oh, I know, but this cipher has the same as that one. And yeah, but that makes it worse. Because now you got two different ciphers, two different mathematical formulas, two different patterns, and having the same results with the same word. You gotta use something else beyond the numerology cipher. That's why we have tarot and the cards and alchemy and the Gregorian calendar and all right, so I've shuffled these tarot cards. If you've never been here for a tarot card pull, what we do is we ask, what's the most important thing to focus on in life right now? And this could stretch out into next week, tomorrow. This reading could be particularly for you. Could be talking right to you. I don't know. We're going to pull to get more of a directive. We're going to go to the astro cards and maybe pull a house or a planetary placement to maybe focus and hone in on this energy that that you're going to maybe pay attention to. Okay? All right, so here we go. So the most important thing to focus on in life right now is, and if you're new here, what I do is I don't look, I tap my fingers and I just stick my fingernail in there and I pull out a card without looking. Now you can see him, I can't see him. What is that? Oh, it looks like the Emperor coming out. There it is, the Emperor. Now, I don't really do reverse stuff, as I've said before, but because it came out reversed, I'll talk about both ways. The Emperor, this is card number 4. This synchronizes with the sign of Cancer. Why? Because Cancer is the sign number 4, and this is card number 4. See, the universe works in synchronicity. It likes line up like 1 is 1, 2 is 2, 3 is 3, 4 is 4. So when I see the number 4, I know it's the heart chakra, right? Obviously, that's chakra number 4. And I know that the 4th house is ruled by the moon, and the moon runs your emotions, and the emotions are tied to the heart. You see how easy that is? So I know that a lot of people say, oh, this is an Aries energy. No. Why? Because it has some ram's head on the chair? No, this is a Cancer card. Card number 4, Cancer is sign number 4. If you want to add in the Chinese, what's sign number 4? The rabbit. What's on the moon? A rabbit. Rabbit is tied to fertility. Fertility is tied to what? Sex. Sex is tied to what? Love. Love is tied to what? Emotions. What runs the emotion in your chart? The moon. Moon rules the 4th house. What is the 4th house of astrology? The home. Home is where the heart is. Stabilization, foundations. What does the number 4 in numerology mean? Foundations, structure, square, decision, staying in that decision. So the Emperor is the king. So this could be pertaining to your home. This could be pertaining to your 4th house. Let's see, because if we get a 4th house with this, well, that'll just strengthen what I'm saying, but I don't know yet. Let's see what card number 2 is. Card number 2, what is that? The 9 of Wands. Card number 31. In the medicine deck, it's tied to the turkey. Give it away. But the 9 of Wands is a card of the wounded warrior. 9s are the bishops. This is the bishop. The black bishop that sits on the chessboard. The 9s are. The 9 of Wands is a card of fire. It's a fire card. But it's bandaged up. It's the 9s determine where the next path is going to go. Right? The 9s are, you're not going to get past me. We have to make a resolution here to go to the next layer of life. Obviously, it's been through a lot of something. So this could definitely mean that some of you may be having problems at home. Maybe problems with your marriage. Maybe there's problems with depression. There could be problems with anxiety. There could be problems with stress. This sits in the sign of Sagittarius. This is a Sagittarius energy. Why? Because it's a 9, and the 9th house of astrology is Sagittarius. Sagittarius being ruled by Zeus. So you have Zeus and the moon. The expansion of emotions. It's tied to the home. This is tied to the mind. Philosophy, the higher mind. The wands are fire in the card suit. They're an aspect of thinking. You navigate through, I think. Well, it's the home aspect is playing out here. Let's see what the next energy is, the third card. Third card is the Eight of Wands. Fast movement, lightning. This is a card of exorcism, getting rid of excess. But in this case, we have two wands, the 8 and 9 consecutively, and then the Emperor. Fast movement. There could be arguments in the home right now where you're tired of arguing and debating. You're sick of it. You're fed up with it. Maybe you're in a position of just you and your partner are at really big odds right now. There's tension in the air. This is like an air. This is also the card of missiles. I mean, this, if I'm being very general here, these three cards this is tied to war. War, man. And that's what's going on in one part of the world right now. Big time. The Emperor being the moon, the 9 of Wands being Sagittarius, the 8 being Scorpio. Mars and Hades. We have Mars and Hades, Zeus, and the moon. That's some pretty dark energy. It can be. There can be arguing in your household right now, and you're tired of it. There could be a lack of you holding your position in life, where you're just being a people pleaser. Let me get a star card and see what kind of energy is wanting us to move towards. So this one is, what is that? The 5th house. The 5th house is 5 fingers, 5 toes, 5 senses. It's ruled by Leo the sun, spirit, light into matter. It's the Hierophant card. But now you're talking about your identity on manifestations. Some of you you may be hung up with some kind of family dispute going on, and it's encroaching upon your manifestations, the 5th house. Maybe you have energy in the 5th house. What this is saying is if you have any celestial activity in your 5th house, that could be affected by, if you are somebody who is resonating with this energy of there's trouble in the home right now. There's a lot of, it seems like for some of you, there's arguments, there's disputes at home in the family life. And as a result, it's affecting your 5th house of passion and manifestation, because you're focused on, and your cortisol levels are high, and you're stressed out. And let me pull one more card. I have these flashcards. There's 100 of them. I'm not even gonna pull them out of the box. I'm just gonna pull, and maybe the number here will give you another clue. Let's see. Let me just reach in here and pull one out. This one feels right. What is this? Slippery suckers. What is that? 82, which is tied to lead. It's Saturn. So Saturn is contracts. Saturn is law. It can be the judge. It can be this. Some of you, this has been a reoccurring theme. The interpretations, I think last week there was even that stuff there, and the week before. But some of you may be going through a conflict at court. Some of you may be receiving news that there'll be a relief, because you've been like, you just feel like, when's When is this going to end? You're standing there and you're just beat up. Well, you may be receiving news. This is also a card of fast movement. This could be moving through the air. You could be getting a phone call, a text message. You could be waiting on a verdict if it has to do at court. Because Saturn, which is the 82 here, is tied to the judge in the courtroom. Karmic aspects, even though there's no such thing. But it is cause and effect. So if you got Saturn in your 5th house, and you got family stuff going on here, well, this reading may be more personal for you. When you add these up, maybe to give you one extension on that, we have 30 and 31, that's 61 and 4, so that's 65. 65 is tied to the numerology of Hermes in Greek numerology, which is the messenger. So I'm also kind of just giving you the synchronizations. Some of you may be receiving a message by way of Mercury. If you have Mercury in the 5th house, your communication may be disturbed. Maybe your creativity's been disturbed because of the fact that you're dealing with something going on at home, your home life, your family life. I mean, this did come out. I've told you I'll read them both ways. So obviously this is foundations and I'm solid. I'm making the decisions with or without. It doesn't matter. I'm going to make the decision. This is upside down. You're not making the decision. Some of you may be stuck in making a decision at home that may alter the course you'll feel of your life because you've been through these wounded wars. You're a wounded warrior. And you're like, man, I don't want to make any moves because I'm already beat up enough and I don't know what the outcomes are going to be. Well, then you get the 8 of Wands coming in and this is lightning. Make the move. Make the decision. I use this a lot in my readings and I'm going to show it to you so you can see it. And maybe this will help you. There you go. Be decisive. The road of life is paved with flat squirrels who couldn't make a decision. Don't be a flat squirrel. Make the decision. I use this a lot when I do my personal readings. Because I'm telling you right now, ladies and gentlemen, it's just a decision that you're going to make. And it's not you making it. And even if you don't make it, that was scripted for you. So if you're feeling stuck, maybe this message is to be decisive. Scripted or not. To be decisive and move towards making the decision. To open up your creativity. I mean, the 5th house, either the focal point is it's affecting your livelihood. It could be affecting your sex life. But I would think that there's some kind of wound going on, and it might be verbal abuse for some of you. It's affecting your passion. 65 was the total amount of cards added up. Maybe that number is significant. 82 was the flash card we got. Maybe that's significant for you, but that is Saturn. That's Saturn, and 65 is Mercury, Hermes, the numerology of Hermes. All right, so that's what I got for all of you. Yeah, and ladies and gentlemen, listen. If you're somebody who's a fan of the tarot, I just want to point this out. When you watch tarot readings, if you're watching them, they're all going to be based in this system. And so it's very helpful to know what your cards are. For instance, in the Gregorian system, February 4th, I'm an 8 of spades. I'm right here. And the way you read these is, just to the right is your moon card. Not everybody reads it this way, but that's how I read it. And then right to your left is your Mercury card. Mercury, Venus, and then you go down to the second row, bottom. So you go top to bottom, right to left, top to bottom. So if you're here at 4 of clubs, you go 2 of diamonds is your Mercury, Venus, Mars, and you drop down to the second tier, Zeus, Kronos, and so on and so forth. It's helpful to know what your lineup of your cards are. Like if you were here, if you're a 4 of clubs, this is your Mars card. Well, we pulled your Mars card because the 8 of clubs in the tarot is the 8 of wands. So when you know all your cards, when you know what your lineup of your 14 cards are, it helps a lot when you get a tarot reading, especially if you know, like maybe you want to date somebody and you know what their playing card is or their cards, and it shows up in a reading and you didn't have this knowledge, you're going to miss it. So you got to know what the cards convert into the tarot, and you'll have a better understanding of these tarot readings that you're getting online because they're going to give it to you collectively. Same thing with tonight. I can't say this is going to be right for you. Like we pulled the 9 of wands, that's the 9 of clubs. We pulled the 8 of clubs, that's the 8 of clubs. We pulled the Emperor, which doesn't fit in here because it's a major arcana. But if you have any of the cards that you're looking at when you go watch a tarot and they pull up, it gives you more keys to everything. You'll know. So we came out with, and we brought it out in our Spotlight course, and the tools that we have that we are encompassing with this is the playing cards. You're going to take these playing cards and they're going to fit right into your astrological chart. We show you that they fit right inside here. Wherever you're, like we talked about the 5th house tonight, if you got energy here, let's say your Mars is here. Well, if we go to the card chart, and let's say that the 8 of clubs is your Mars card, right? I would take that 8 of clubs and I would be able to tell you that it's going to fit in this 5th house for you. And if you're Leo's here, it would be Leo. So your Mars card with the 8 of clubs in the 5th house through Leo. Do you know the value of that? Just that one card alone. And then if you pull that in a tarot reading, you automatically know, oh shit, I have the 8 of clubs in my 5th house. Is this going to affect my manifestations? Well, it just might. And then overall, you're going to have our final synthesis, which is the human design with the true sidereal. Then you place, like Keanu Charles Reeves, here's his Chiron card. There it is right there. This is the value of this system. There's no other system like it online today. Nobody has not nobody. And I'm not trying to sell you on this. I'm merely giving you a position of power that you can learn from. And this is the cosmic code. Over 5 hours of information that you can get. And when you learn all of that, then you go watch a tarot reading, whatever sign you are, whatever sun or rising or Venus, whatever you want to follow, and you start to pull these cards and you're like, oh shit, that's my Mars card. Oh my God, that's my Mercury card. Oh my God, that's their freaking sun card. Well, now it has much more meaning to the delivery of the reading that you're getting. Now it becomes really personal. Because now the energy you know is like, damn, that's my card, or those are my cards. Even if you pull your own cards. Like I like doing the Celtic cross. even when you do that reading, if you pull some of your own cards that are in the lineup of your card chart, it's much more powerful because it's your cards. It helps you like dial in your questions, your inquiries. But you got to learn. You got to learn. If you have any questions on any of that, you can email me, decodeyourreality@gmail.com. You go to spotlight.life, L-I-F-E. The website is right below me. You see where I'm at on the screen? Right below me is the website to go to the Spotlight course and take the course. $200. I'm adding another module. If you came in late, I'm adding another short module where I'm using the medicine cards matched up with the playing cards. Something no one's ever done. Well, we've done it. And now we're going to add it to the Spotlight course. I'll let you know. And the best way to know when I'm going to release that is on the Patreon. You don't have to be a donating member on the Decode Your Reality Patreon. You could just sign up for free. I pump a lot of content out, and I will be making the announcements on when I release the updated module. And then I will be, let me just check my calendar, I will be doing a pro bono. I think this Wednesday on the 18th of March. And those are first come, first serve, and those will be announced on the Patreon. And those fill up within minutes. I don't do them all the time. And that's 24 minutes. You get on the phone with me, talk about whatever you want. Esoteric. Want to talk about health and wellness? I do my best. It's kind of like my forte. Health and wellness and esoteric. You just want to sit there and rant and talk about whatever, I'll listen. I'm a good listener. That's the pro bono. It doesn't cost you anything. You just got to have WhatsApp. This is the call quality is the best. All right. So that's what I got for all of you, ladies and gentlemen. Isaac says, I don't know what to do. Make a decision, Isaac. I'm telling you, it's so gratifying when you make the decision. Like I said earlier, I'll leave you with this. I was supposed to move last year. It didn't happen. I just recently, last week, made a decision on where I'm going to go. I can't even tell you how good it feels. Am I going to end up there? I don't know. Time will tell. I'm not attached to it. But it feels so good to make the decision and start plotting in that area of the move. So Isaac, make a decision, bro. The universe is waiting for you to make the decision because it's already made it for you. That's it. All right. So let's finish this one up, and I'm going to let all of you talk amongst yourselves. Let's play the great Still Corners. I'll get a copyright for this, but that's okay. Still Corners can get the royalties. I want you to have the entertainment. This song is called The Trip by Still Corners. I'll leave this song in the description of this video a little bit later on, in case you never heard it and you want to listen to it. This is like a repeat song over and over. It's a really beautiful song. I like it a lot. It's called The Trip by Still Corners. So it's been an honor and a pleasure serving you tonight. I hope you got something out of this. Thank you to Pamela, number 5, for being here, always showing up on time. Thank you for all your comments, listening to the rants. And again, you don't have to agree with what I say. It's not cookie cutter, right? And that is my final answer. So anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's all I got for today. My name is Logan for Decode Your Reality. Until next time, we will see you later.